This is a Face IQ video. I hadn't heard of this guy prior to this video, but I think he is a part of like the looks maxing black pill community. He does a lot of like physical analyses of people and how they look, and he is going to be criticizing my video today about me making fun of the black pill community.
Lamest people on the internet. The internet's got a variety of...
Is this in super speed?
That would be you.
Niches and groups. But I think I found the lamest one. You know, looks maxes. This is them, but like even lamer somehow.
Brain rot content.
Blackpilling. Bro, I keep getting on like black pill content. Like people use this one clip of me.
Why is he watching my video in 2x?
Where I say the first thing that somebody recognizes about you is your looks, and that's how they determine whether or not they're attracted to you.
Yeah, that's how it works, yeah.
Because of copyright? I don't think you would get copyrighted for reacting to my content.
And that's how they determine...
Hold up. I gotta restart this video. That just took me off. That took me by surprise. This was in 2x.
Lamest people on the internet. The internet's got a variety of...
That would be you.
Niches and groups. But I think I found the lamest one. You know, looks maxes. This is them, but like even lamer somehow.
Brain rot content.
Blackpilling. Bro, I keep getting on like black pill content. Like people use this one clip of me where I say the first thing that somebody recognizes about you is your looks, and that's how they determine whether or not they're attracted to you.
Yeah, that's how it works, yeah.
But then after that, I talk about how the majority of building a relationship and actually getting somebody to like you is your personality. And
okay, remember, a prerequisite's more important than that, remember?
They just cut that off. So
the prerequisite is more important in the sense of starting a conversation, but personality does matter for building relationships with people. Yes, your looks get your foot in the door, but after your foot's in the door, your foot could get crushed pretty quick if you don't know what to do next, you know? Like, just looking good doesn't mean that you're going to nail, you know, like, a good conversation. You might get that conversation started. Yo, throw it in sub only. You might get that conversation started, but you're not going to be able to fucking continue it after that.
they just...
No, we understand that. We just understand a prerequisite's inherently more important because it's the prerequisite. If you do not meet the physical standards, then you are rejected. Does that make sense?
So
I don't think it's an immediate rejection. If you don't meet the physical standards of somebody, they're less likely to spark a conversation with you because they would be less interested in you to begin with. But it is proven that partners find each other more and more attractive through, you know, compatibility over time. Like, if you are maybe not, you know, the most attractive person in the world to somebody, like, say they think you're a 7, not a 10, as they get to know you, they would perceivably find you more and more attractive because of your personality. But I get what you're saying in that, like, the prerequisite of any initial relationship is attraction, you know, physical attraction. I'm not disagreeing with the black pill community about that. I think I might have contradicted myself at times in that video that I made as well, where I was criticizing the black pill community, because yes, there is, I'm not saying that looks don't matter in relationships, because that's a lie, right? They do. Because when you meet somebody, the first thing you notice is what they look like. I get what you're saying prerequisite-wise on that, but to say that the prerequisite is what matters the most, okay, fine. But that's only the first second of a relationship. You know, you can't say the rest of the shit doesn't matter.
They put the clip of, like, me saying, hey, like, people, the first thing that somebody notices about you is your looks. And then they're just like, yep, that's it. Like, that's not it. Like,
But it's the most important, which is what the black pill says. It says physical attractiveness is the most important thing for attracting women. So
physical attractiveness is the most critical factor in determining men's dating success, especially in modern Western culture. A man's money, status, and social skills are argued to be other factors of secondary importance. An expanded alternate theory definition proposes that a man's dating and life outcome generally relies on genetically determined traits. I think that dating success in terms of landing the first date, but I would argue that somebody that is insufferable as a person, regardless of looking like Marlon, you know, is going to fail in the dating pool if they are, you know, fucking a dickhead, you know? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you, yes, you could be really attractive, but if after that first date, you know, they go, wow, that person's a dud, they're going to fucking leave. It doesn't matter if you're hot.
Your height, your frame, your physique, your face. That's the most important. Understand?
I think finding somebody attractive is off looks. Like, that does matter.
Okay.
Some people say it does, but
if it's the prerequisite, then it's the most important. Because if you fail it, then your personality doesn't matter, right? It's pretty simple logic.
Yeah, but it's like you're ignoring every other factor. It's like the prerequisite's the most important, so it's what matters the most. Okay, but I think you're going to realize after you spend 8 years fucking looks maxing that when you finally get into a long-term relationship, you know nothing about compatibility because everything that you've done is focused on what you look like. Like, I just feel like it's not bad to say I need to look more attractive to get dates, but it's like, I guess maybe, I'm not saying it's the black pill community in general. It's the black pill influencers that I see on TikTok, which maybe that's brain rot clips. But a lot of the black pill influencers that I see are more raving about how looks matter so much that it is the only thing you should care about in like, you know, day-to-day, functionality of your life. You know, you should be working out, which is good for your health, but it's not like, hey, you should be working out for your health and for looks. It's like everything you do around yourself should be focused on facilitating your fucking 1 out of 10 rating on how good you look. And that breeds narcissism. Does it not? Like, would that not make you more dickheadish? Like, if you can't focus on your looks that heavily day to day and not become an asshole. And that's coming from somebody that claims I used to be a narcissist. I used to care so much about how I look. That's not one of the only reasons, but it's like, I used to be more narcissistic, you know? Like, so if you can't sit here and go, oh, I'm going to care about all I look, that's the only thing that I'm going to fucking focus on, and then not become like a fucking asshole. Because you're going to be so hyper-focused on you, you know, not anybody else. Not like taking care of the person, having the conversation. You get your foot in the door. After that, they're going to fucking slam it in your face. It doesn't matter.
In terms of long-term relationship capability, no. But I'm saying, yeah.
But it's the prerequisite, remember?
That's the first thing that somebody recognizes about you is your looks, because that's their subconscious opinion is going to be how you look. But that's not the only thing that matters. And like the way
Yes, and no one claims otherwise.
that I understand Black Pill is that the only thing that matters is your
No, it's the most important thing by definition, not the only thing. Idiot.
It's not the only thing, but yes. Saying it's the most important thing, though, and putting that much weight on looks diverts attention from other categories of yourself, right? That's the point that I'm trying to make. You know, you're never building anything about you outside of your looks, right? Your hobby is what you look like because you focus so much on that.
your looks. And I think that's wrong. Because
Yeah, and that's a straw man because the black pill doesn't say that. Idiot.
that is where not only, yes, maybe in the terms of like the first thing somebody notices is your looks, but then they're going to realize your entire personality is structured around how you look, which is like obscene narcissism. Like, it's just
Yeah, I'm kind of just repeating myself.
building
It actually hasn't been an issue in my experience.
That would be a fallacy. Idiot. What? Like, you literally, that would be a fallacy. That's in my experience. I'm using a fallacy. You're using a fallacy. Don't point out that we're using fallacies if you're also going to use fallacies. In your experience, doesn't fucking matter, right? Like, now we're agreeing to disagree. Now we're both sitting here just going, all right, well, we're arguing in terrible formats. In a court of law, this wouldn't hold up because we're just using illogical points.
a fucking rapport within yourself of like, I look great, I look awesome. This is how I need to look. I need to change my haircut. I need to start mewing. Maybe I should get facial surgery.
Well, yes, an idiot who's talking about mewing, perhaps.
Bro, you're 20. Bro, your brain's not even done developing yet. You're gonna get fucking plastic surgery.
Your brain never stops developing. You don't understand the science about that, though, do you?
No, your brain doesn't stop developing. Your brain constantly ages throughout the entirety of your life. But the majority of brain growth and development starts, kind of slow turning down at around 25, if I'm correct on that. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's like your brain still ages and your brain changes throughout your entire life. But that's kind of to also compensate for certain parts of your brain getting more, I guess, dumbed down or dying, right? That's why, like, wisdom is usually kind of prized through older people, whereas, like, intelligence, reaction time, and, like, in-the-moment decision-making is more prominent for younger individuals, right? Like, strategy, like, wisdom, like, all that stuff, carries through, and you get that through not only experience, but also brain development. But, yeah, I think I was more so saying, like, getting surgery to look different when you're below 25 and you haven't even physically stopped changing is absurd, Like, you see these guys that are like, I'm going to get plastic surgery, and they're 19, they're 20. I'm like, you might look different. Obviously, your bone structure isn't really going to change much. So I see what they're saying in that sense, but it's like, you know, maybe give it some time.
Never stops. The 25 figure is false. It never stops developing.
20 years old because you think that you don't look good. Like, it's your life, fine.
Idiot.
But I'm saying, like, don't think that, like, that's the end all be all on whether or not people are going to like you is how you look. It's because they take,
It is essentially.
like, the idea of black pill is they take something that isn't absurd to say and then make that the only thing that matters. Like, good-looking people
Is he going to say it's the prerequisite for the 50th time?
get better connections in life. Is that true
Correct.
to a degree? Potentially.
To a high degree. In fact, if you look at the CEOs of the Fortune 500, I think the average height is 6'3". It's fucking insane. Like, height in success is super important.
I'm not going to disagree with the idea that looking better enables you to get more connections, because you find more utility-based friend, or not utility-based friends. You find there's like 3 different types of friends in Aristotle's not Nicomachean. Is it Nicomachean ethics? There's 3 types of friends. One's like of utility, one's of something else, and one's of virtue. And the one in the middle is like friend of value or something, and you kind of like being around them. And a lot of like success stories in the business sense are of attractive people that kind of brought themselves up rather than having like nepotism behind them where they, you know, grew into wealth. But that's also because they had to make themselves stand out. And yes, more attractive people do, you know, tend to do that. I'm not going to disagree with that.
But I think that
Yes, your brain is
Brady said, yes, height.
very neuroplastic.
Brady's 6'5" at heart.
It develops the rest of your life. It never stops developing. That 25 figure is false.
the idea that looking good gets your foot in the door. But when you
So that's more important, isn't it? Because if you don't get in the door, then your personality doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, but if you're focusing on success in the business world and a huge portion of your day is dedicated to how you look, and then you actually get down and you sit at that meeting and they interview you and they understand that you're a fucking dumb piece of shit because you haven't fucking studied what you need to know to get. Now we're not even talking about relationships. now we're just talking about like black pill, like how you look in the sense of like business success. Yes, looking good helps you land that interview. But then if you suck in the interview, they're not going to fucking hire you. You know, you're not going to build that relationship with that person if you go out and get drinks and you actually shoot shit about what your ideas are and your ideas are terrible. You know what I mean? Like if you're trying to be an entrepreneur, your ideas matter more than what you look like, you know? Like I just don't, I get what you're saying. And I agree that like how you look does aid success in the business sense, but it's not the thing that is determining whether or not you're successful.
Idiot.
But Joe, it's the prerequisite. I know it's the prerequisite. I know it is a prerequisite.
really care about looking good, and then you get your foot in the door, and they're like, okay, hey. And
But if you nail that, what is the importance of those things? Okay, they work a job, and then they don't have people they call friends. So now what?
And they don't have friends. Somebody with friends is always perceivably more attractive because being social is how you find a partner, because humans are like not pack animals, but societal based beings.
actually, not.
You know what I'll do? I'll actually let the chat talk more. All right, here you go.
This motherfucker commenting against this woman, like being an absolute dick about her appearance.
Thoughtful and caring, and those are things that matter more.
What if you can create your
Shut
own
up.
website by saying this?
Bro, get an ad blocker. Fuck. You're a YouTuber. Or get YouTube Premium. There's watching the ads.
This is what I want.
Why do you cut this out?
With
What if you got a hair trim? No. All right.
you can't.
But
Why
what if-
is this in the fucking video? He's watching the ad.
What if you did get a hair transplant? You would look better, wouldn't you?
What did this poor lady do to you? Literally anyone can get hit with a black pill edit and nobody is safe. And only the people that make these edits obviously leave their face out because almost 100% of the time they look like this. But on the rare occasion where the editor includes themselves in,
He's giving you ad revenue. Facts.
it's so obvious every single time because you just see this ethereal looking
I just made 0.0001 pennies from that.
renowned model and then this nigga. Okay, just try and figure it out yourself. Let me show you an edit and I want you to figure out which one is the person that made it.
Okay, no, nice.
Did you?
Wait, so are you guys implying that looks is subjective because you can always identify who snuck in?
Valid point.
Interesting. Interesting Freudian slip there, Joe.
I feel like that one's a joke, though. That one's a joke though.
Why would you think it's a joke? Based on his face, it's a joke or not? So you're telling me you can objectively assess if he's good looking?
Well, I think it'd be absurd to I think it's an absurd level of narcissism to relate yourself to people that you're picking out as objective 10s and then just wedge yourself into that, regardless of whether or not you are a 10.
Ooh, interesting.
Did you find them? Let's try another one.
Attraction subjective. Attraction subjective on a multitude of things, but I think the black pill community kind of has an objective set of attractiveness items that are usually, you know, by the majority of the population seen as, you know, attractive. A symmetrical face, you know, good bone structure. There's a few things.
Wait, if everyone can find them, that means it's objective, isn't it? Interesting.
I don't think that I'm disagreeing with the idea of a perceivably objective genetic attractiveness scale, right? Like I'm not disagreeing with the idea that a good bone structure is objectively attractive. I'm not disagreeing that facial symmetry is objectively attractive. I'm not disagreeing that my fat ass forehead is a -3 points on my, you know, 1 to 10 scale. But it's like, that's not it. You know, that's not the only thing that matters.
Wait, so everyone can find them?
People in the comments are just flaming this nigga too. This guy just replied with this image. Fitting. I don't know where this nigga thought he was going with this. That's not a sneak in, that's trespassing. When being nice.
So you guys all just proved black pill. Good job.
Not cussed anything. Okay,
Idiots.
on TikTok you also find the higher ranking.
No. Because I think the argument for black pill is that is not just the prerequisite, but the main thing that matters. That's what I'm arguing against. I'm not arguing against their rating system. You know, if you want to rate me a 5, that's fine. You know, if I'm a fucking normie, I'm not going to be like, I'm not a fucking normie and get all fucking offended by it. It's fine. Like, the thing that, like, the points that he made about my face, I agree with, right? I just don't have an insecurity about them that I used to, right? Like, I don't fucking hyper-focus on, like, oh, my fucking forehead's fat as shit. Like, do I sometimes wish, like, my forehead wasn't as big and my cranium wasn't as wide? Maybe. But, like, I'm not gonna tweak about, I'm not gonna fucking not sleep about it, you know?
BP people having mug-offs.
Bro, like, what the fuck? This is an
That's
actual
cringe
thing.
as fuck.
A mog off, and they're getting
That's
donations
cringe,
to
yeah.
see who looks better. This guy's making
Is my audio good? Let me know.
like a weird rock smolder right
Yeah, the audio's fine.
now.
Yeah, this editing is truly cancer.
This guy, I feel like this guy got the mog off probably. I vote him winning.
But can we address the elephant in the room though? This BP business is kind of zest. Really look at the facts here, alright? We have men editing other men.
Yeah, it's like full focusing on other guys' attributes and being like obsessive over how they look.
Because
Are you guys implying there's something wrong with that?
they look good. And I've looked at how these people act and speak.
No, but the black pill mindset is attractiveness is the main prerequisite for getting women generally, when it is outward or like perceivably, you know, obsessive over other men in like, you know, I feel like it's kind of obvious. Like, why am I trying to explain this?
They worship.
You're doing a black pill thing to try and get women, but a part of the black pill, you know, mindset is like constantly ranking and looking at other men's attractiveness
Smiling like a deity because they like the way
and like comparing yourself to other men.
that he looks. I don't know about you, but that sounds a little sus to me. You know, if they're taking back shots or not, that's not really my
Okay, yo, that's sus.
concern. I just have
I really do feel like Marlon has a very big BP community. Like, not even like he's trying to have it. It's just like, I bet Marlon
Do you feel that way?
has a lot of people that
I do feel that way. Yes. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking, Face IQ.
just like him because they find him attractive. But it's also like a lot of people that like want to look like Marlon.
I don't want to look like him. I want to look like other people.
So I said gay.
but these BP people like to throw
You should want to look like you. That's the fucking point that I'm making. You know? I think you should always be like down to improve your health and your physical attractiveness, but you shouldn't like aspire to look like somebody else. You should just aspire to look like the best version of yourself.
around the term female gaze. The whole goal
Yeah,
of
like you should have an authenticity.
I guess is to capture the female gaze. And they actually do have a calculated way that they measure attractiveness.
Your editing is fucking brain rot. Just talk to the camera, dude. Like, put your face. How about you put your face on camera?
Not just, oh, I think this guy looks better. And this is known as PSL. And
Bro, I don't know, man. I really feel like it's personality, bro. I have seen so many guys, girls way out of their league at bars because they're just really good at talking. And I'm not even saying flirting. Just
Well, let's just trust your anecdote over all the statistics then. Yeah, you know, like let me show you a little something.
Height at a he's gonna say that women tend to match with men that are over 6 feet. Regardless of you being 5'11 and a half, the number matters more statistically. Yeah. I'm not saying anecdotally that is the case all the time. You know, I'm saying like if you go up to a woman at a bar and you're a 9 and nip slip and you're a 9 and you fucking try and flirt with her, but you're like, you know, what's up, babes? Let me get them digits. Cringe. Now a 7 walks up and sparks a conversation, you know, mentions he's charismatic, you know, he mentions something about her dress or her clothing and, you know, transitions into an actual conversation. They have, you know, some sort of spark between them, and then he kind of, you know, moves from there to a more flirtatious conversation, I guess. Does that make sense? It's like the charisma and the personality are just as much a prerequisite for landing a woman as the looks are in a physical setting, right? Like what you say to them matters. Like they're not like you're dumbing it down to like women see hot guy, they go for hot guy. Like it's more than just, you know, this guy's hot. I don't care if he's dull as shit.
Let's just trust your little. Let's just ignore this, which this is millions of data points.
Yes. No, that is true. Women do filter out shorter men.
Millions of data points on one of the.
And I think that is a problem, you know. I think that does suck, you know. It's not it is unfair for shorter men. I will agree. And I think conversely, it's the same thing for taller women. You know, women over 5'9" have trouble finding men because tall men go for short girls, short guys go for short girls, tall women go for tall men. So it's like, if you're a tall woman, you are actually struggling. I would say you're struggling in the sense of not struggling in the sense of getting matches more, because men, it's harder to get matches than women, but like actual relationships, it's harder for taller women to find, you know. I disagree. Well, I'm saying if you're usually tall men go for short women, short men go for short women. So who goes for tall women? You know, I'm not saying people don't, but like in the same sense, it's two sides of the coin. And I will agree, you know, physically, like I'm not going to disagree with this point. I won't. But I think this doesn't disprove my point at a bar. You know, like if you are able to show yourself in a charismatic way, that is perceivably attractive. Now, I'm not going to disagree, and this is what does suck. And I'm not trying to be like rude when I say this, but yeah, if you're like 5'3" and a guy and you walk up to a girl that's 5'9" and you try and hit on her, she might not give you the light of day, you know? And that sucks. But like, that's why you got to fucking shoot your shot for other people. You know, like it's not
top ways people meet based on height, and
it's not like just you're not doom and gloom if you're 5'5" and a guy. Like you could still find women, you know. It's just, yeah, it's guys that are like 6'5" are gonna have it the best.
Female users filtering the height. Let's ignore this because of what you saw at a bar. That sounds smart. Let's do that.
Holding a conversation. Like the amount of my friend, like I would say Brooke's out of my league, right? I would say that she's much more attractive than me. I don't think when we started dating, I don't think I was like some savant at talking, right? But like I think I got lucky, right? But I do have a lot of friends.
So you have a lot of subscribers and money, remember?
That I think are very interesting people, and I wouldn't say they're ugly.
I didn't when she started dating me. I've been dating my girlfriend for over 4 years now. I wasn't even really making a salary when we started dating. Like I was making money on social media, but like now I make money. But I wasn't rich when I started dating Brooke, like by any means. Like we started dating October of 2021. Like I was basically just starting out. Like I had done TikTok for, you know, about a year prior. And I started streaming for like, you know, maybe like 9 months or so. But I hadn't really made much. I hadn't made enough money for it to be like lucrative. I had just started kind of like tuning up in terms of like an audience,
but they outwardly say
so he's trying to like insinuate that like my clout and money got me a girlfriend.
Her girlfriends are like 4 tiers higher than them attractiveness wise, and it's like It's not because they went on the BP route and they pulled her. It's like, no, they went up, had a conversation, found common interests, right? Liked each other, and it's like, then that...
I understand where he's coming from, but largely I've observed a pretty high SMV correlation between men and women. Like, you'll see, okay, the man, maybe he looks worse, but oh, he's tall, he's rich, he's this, he's that. You know, it's pretty paired up when you...
No, I'm not gonna disagree that having wealth makes you more attractive. But it's not in a like gold digging sense. It's like a security sense. Like you're probably less likely to find somebody being dead broke, you know, versus having money. Like, and not even in the sense of they're using you for that money. It's like you just have a sense of financial security. And a lot of finding a mate is desirable attributes that you like. Animalistically, you find a mate for somebody that you want to have kids with. That's not the case all the time now. There's people that have been married for 50 years, never have kids, you know. But like genetically and survivability wise, like a lot of you finding a mate subconsciously is like, I like this person. I could see them raising my kids, you know, and having money is an upside. Like, I'm not going to say it's not, right? Like, because you're more able to financially support children, you know, like if you have a kid, you could get them through college.
When you observe, but
that's how they find you attractive.
You know, it's pretty paired up when you observe, but
that's how they find you attractive. Like,
alongside PSL, they also use the term appeal. Appeal is more just people finding you attractive regardless of your PSL. Now with PSL, this is where we get shit like this. This is what you call a PSL gun.
no, it's actually not. You're in fucking complete brain rot.
oh my gosh.
But PSL God wouldn't necessarily have appeal. Because again, look at this shit. So I guess PSL is purely for the male gaze then. My zesty
Is
theory.
that a real photo? That's not a real photo. Chat, that's a real image? No. That is. That jaw structure is unreal, though. But that's what I'm saying, like, I'm not judging this guy by any means either. I feel like why is like, I think it's just like the more like you look like a stone sculpture, the more attractive you are on a PSL scale.
It's uncanny. There's a level of facial symmetry and attractiveness that actually becomes unattractive in my opinion. Like if you look so symmetrical that you don't look real. Like there are people that are so attractive that it's like, oh, that's kind of like off-putting.
When we get shit like this is what you
Well, no, you don't understand that at all.
call a PSL God. But PSL God wouldn't necessarily have appeal. Because again, look at this shit. So I guess PSL is purely for the male gaze then. My zesty theory is being proven again. And I find this is no better time than any to really dive into the BP terminology. First word you probably already know, it's Chad. These are people that the BP community can collectively agree, you know, look good. So mainly like these three models. And then we have Chad Light. What am I talking about, cunt? But anyways, this is just a little lower. You wouldn't really be considered a Chad, but I don't know if you have to apply for Chad status. Is that something that they do?
No, I always thought that you can't move.
I know he's also making fun of St. Don's editing style, which is like very like brain rottish, but I think it's for attention span and I love it, man. Like I know it's bad for like attention span of humans, but dude, he's just like image words, soundboard, image. There's people that do it too much. I think he does it normal. Like there's people that do it more than him.
Fuck. Like far, right? In the BP community, well, you could like make yourself more attractive and move up, but like if you're sub 5, you're never gonna be a Chad in the BP community. But if you're like a Chad Light,
Depends on your base. It's possible.
if you got like
How? See, that's where I'm not. Now I really want to understand the BP community, because if you're a sub 5 in the BP mindset, how are you leveling up to a Chad? What? Because, oh, like if you're obese, well, like you don't have, like, so like what you're saying, like, oh, really bad haircut, terrible style, you know, you're not taking care of your skin, stuff like that.
a different haircut, maybe like they'll fucking up you. I don't know.
I don't know. But if you're an unidentified attractive person, you're what's known as an unknown slayer. Like this random ass kid in the back of this video, he went viral on TikTok for a little bit. People calling him unknown slayer. Another example is this one guy. I just wanted to point it out because of this comment. Nigga said, bro is real life Marlon.
Bro, what the fuck are you even talking about? Real life Marlon, like Marlon's
That implies Marlon's not in real life.
an anime character that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean, bro? I'm telling you, they worship this nigga Marlon like a deity. They don't even consider him real. And if you're the very pinnacle
Who's they? I don't worship him.
attractiveness, you're what's known as a true Adam. And this one guy they call a true Aladdin because he's Middle Eastern. There's not really a pattern there because that's the only example
What's like the average video this guy private looks maxing school and face ratings? Oh, dude, he sells like a course. What's like his most viewed video? Ugliest facial features tier list. Your face decides who swipes right in real life. But that's like, yeah, yes, the majority of, you know, dating relationships start through online dating apps. But it's like the swipe, bro, you could ask anybody that's used dating apps, and the amount of swipes that have turned out to be duds is endless, you know? Like, you could have 100 matches. You might only go on a date with 3 of them, and 1 of them will be the person that you end up actually being, you know, the boyfriend or girlfriend to. Like, and I think that in itself is kind of showing that just because you look good doesn't mean you're going to match, you know? Doesn't mean that that person's going to mend well with you. I get it's the prerequisite. I'm more so just saying it's not everything. 4 years of looks maxing advice in 18 minutes. The ultimate 2025 food tier list. Is that for looks maxing? My full looks maxing surgery plan. Oh my God. Bro, like, I don't think he needs, you know, it's do whatever you want with your life. But it's like, I don't think this guy needs surgery. Like, I feel like he is just a good looking dude. Testing North Korea's illegal smartphones. I'm gonna be real, before we even started, I didn't know they had, like, their own brand of smartphone. Just because I assumed the majority of individuals in North Korea didn't own phones. Because the government control would probably have, it would be really hard to restrict that. But I'm assuming the people in poverty in North Korea don't own phones. I'm assuming it's people that live in, like, Pyongyang, like, somewhere where it's, I guess, more populated / like, you're allowed to have more luxuries, you know, because you live in the capital.
These are 2 extremely rare phones from North Korea, and it's kind of insane that I'm even holding them. The North Korean...
Why is one of them in English?
Holding them. The North Korean population is so cut off from the outside world that it's almost impossible to even get a text message out, let alone 2 fully functional smuggled phones that show us in crystal clear detail what it's actually
Oh my God, does the map only show North Korea?
like to be a North Korean citizen. So this is the Heian 701. It's one of the country's budget phones. Just to give you an idea of how little is known about this stuff, you can Google the phone's name and nothing will come up. Absolutely zero. And then the second is the Samtaesung 8, which is a flag
Samtaesung? Samtaesung? Really? Really, that's the North Korean phone, Samtaesung 8?
North Korean phone. And yeah, this is different to South Korea's Samsung, which translates to 3 stars. This is Samtaesung, which translates to 3 huge stars.
I mean, we're really trying to one up South Korea here on the fucking phone usage. That's cringe. That's what they name that shit. 3 stars versus 3 huge stars.
A lot of this whole my dad could totally beat up your dad energy. But that's because convincing North Koreans that they are superior to South Koreans, that they are morally purer and militarily stronger, is about the most effective way of keeping them loyal to the government. And it's pretty clear when you look at these phones that the smartphone is playing a big part in that. I can actually
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, it definitely plays a part in the brainwashing, but I don't understand how, like, yes, even if you're grown into the North Korean society, kind of like believing how they function and also kind of like living it for generations, if you had a smartphone that's like clearly restricting you, I feel like you'd be like, what are they trying to hide from us? Or do you think it's like they just perceive it as a protection? Like, oh, Kim Jong-un's trying to protect me from bad Western ideologies. Or maybe they don't even realize that it's like being censored or like restricted. Maybe that's like what they perceive just the phone is able to do.
These phones. So if I write Namhan, this means South Korea. The second that I hit the spacebar, that gets auto-corrected to puppet state. It is bonkers seeing censorship this explicit happening in real time in front of my eyes. You physically cannot send the word Namhan even if you try, which shows just how committed North Korea's government is to sustaining its narrative that South Korea is this inferior, less individual country that just blindly follows whatever the US asks them to. Other ways of wording it, like Republic of Korea, that doesn't even get corrected. That just turns straight into asterisks. Kind of like you're a child and you just tried to make your Club Penguin username a swear word. And you can actually see the censorship becoming more invasive as time is going on. Because if we use this Heian phone, which came a few months before, this one lets you write North Korea as North Korea. But the Samtaesung doesn't even let you do that.
Oh my my God. So it used to be less restricted, and then they realized that they needed to make it even more strict, so they had to fucking come out with a, like, even worse version.
The only way that you're allowed to refer to North Korea now is Joseon, the traditional.
I mean, bro, and I'm assuming there's, like, heavy monitoring on these phones, no? I feel like we watched something about a North Korean, like, it might have been a phone where it, like, takes an image of your screen every 10 seconds or something, and there's, like, a guy monitoring it in case something happens where they have to be like, oh, what, are you talking shit about Kim Jong-un?
And then South Korea, almost as if they're belonging to them, as South Joseon. But it gets worse, because Daily NK News, the guys who actually secured these phones in the first place, and whose basement I'm sitting in right now, they've probed around and found all sorts of extra oddities in the software. Like how, if you type Kim Jong-un, the name of the current leader, into any app, it will make the text bold the second you finish the word. Or how all sorts of South Korean slang is just subtly corrected to the more proper North Korean approved way of saying the same thing. Presumably because a lot of this slang originates in some capacity from South Korean media. And the North doesn't want their population.
Yeah, but then how the hell, if they're getting a lot of that slang from South Korean media, how would the North Korean people even have their hands on that slang or media to even be able to use it in their phones in the first place? If, like, internet access is restricted, whatever they see on TV is restricted, they're only allowed to see what is shown to them, then how the fuck, like, why do they even have that gateway of the slang if they don't even know what it is? That'd be like having an autocorrect for, like, Big Chungus if you don't know what Big Chungus is. Like, it's unneeded. Like, you're never gonna type it.
To even indirectly experience that. But probably the single craziest example of this is if we type oppa. This is a common South Korean expression that can be used to mean either older brother or, in slang terms, boyfriend.
이거 좀 따주세요, 오빠.
Which in itself does raise a few questions. On these North Korean phones, though, it corrects the word to comrade, accompanied by a warning. This word can only be used to describe your siblings. Imagine getting a warning for attempting to type a slang word. That's moderation on a level that I have never experienced before. But
what happens if you type, like, fuck Kim Jong-un? Like, would that, like, would, like, your phone just brick and they would, like, fucking seize you instantly? No, seriously, like, what if you, like, typed, like, some sort of threat? Like, they would be like, your phone just explodes.
I would say even more significant than autocorrect, the biggest factor in controlling information going in and out of North Korea, and the main reason that the country is still this cryptic bubble and we barely know these phones even exist, is the internet situation. Or really, the lack of one. Look at this. On the Haeyang phone,
there is I want to also kind of side note here, there is, like, a level of U.S. meddling that people claim goes on for foreign phones for us as well. Like, most U.S. citizens that own a phone own an iPhone and don't really ever have access to, like, Huawei, which is the Chinese phone that is a lot of the time seen as more technologically advanced and more user-friendly and developed than the U.S. iPhone and iOS versions. But, like, nobody owns a Huawei. It's, like, impossible to get a fucking Huawei.
you can swipe down from the top and you see your control panel that looks basically the same as every other Android's. And there's even a Wi-Fi button there, but when you press it, absolutely nothing happens. Weird, but let's go into settings to click on Wi-Fi directly, but you can't.
How the fuck does the phone work if you don't have LTE and you don't have Wi-Fi? What the fuck do you use the phone for? It's just constantly in airplane mode?
And they've actually gone a step further with this more recent Samtaesang, because you go into the quick settings, there isn't even a Wi-Fi icon at all. It's like they don't want—
What do you use the fucking phone for? The calculator app? Like, what am I gonna play offline Subway Surfers on the fucking phone? What do you use the phone for? You're not fucking connected to anything. Messaging? You can't message people without fucking connectivity. Or bars.
You to even consider that the feature could—
That's the point? Well, then don't even give them phones.
—be as accessible as that. The only way to get something that even resembles Wi-Fi is this. It's called Mirai, and it needs so many details from you, including your government—
Oh, shit. So they just, like, require— because it's too easy to just connect to something, so they restrict that, so you have to use an app that, like, tracks your Wi-Fi.
ID, and an authenticated North Korean physical SIM card that it's pretty safe to assume everything you do while using it can be traced right back to you. And even with all of that, this still doesn't get you onto the internet. There's actually no way for a North Korean citizen to do that. All this can get you is access to a highly curated North Korean.
Whenever I see shit about like North Korean technology, I always remember like the videos of the Russians talking about how when North Korea sent their troops to help Russia in the war, the Russians always cited the North Korean people being like cripplingly addicted to like porn and cartoons. Like they because they've never seen it before, so it's like it was such like a culture shock for them that like their eyes were just like glued to the screen. Like the technology that they have there, like the unrestricted access to the internet's like absurd.
Intranet, where you can look at specifically government-approved TV, news, propaganda, and apps. More on that in a bit, but the key thing to know for now...
Damn, bro. Do you think there's like any apps they could use that we use? No. Because it would be non-North Korean tech. I'm thinking like games. Like, dude, like Doodle Jump. Like, you think I feel like, bro, like, do you think they're like restricted from playing like Doodle Jump?
Is it doesn't look like it would be a great experience. The app itself tells you to expect speeds between 2 and 33 megabits per second, less than a 14th of the speeds that South Koreans are getting on their public Wi-Fi. I imagine.
Well, to be fair, doesn't South Korea also have the best Wi-Fi in the entire world? Like, by area? Like, their Wi-Fi's crazy.
The way that North Korea's leaders are seeing this is they know that the second they give their population access to the open World Wide Web, it's game over for being able to control the way they act and think. But then at the same time, they can't give the people nothing if they're trying to convince them that their country is truly superior to all others. Hence this careful substitution of traditional Wi-Fi features for this highly traceable Wi-Fi equivalent that reinforces national pride as opposed to diluting it. But those speeds are so dated. And to be honest, everything about using both of these phones feels dated. Like, it's pretty sad that this Samtae is one of their modern flagship phones. It was only released recently in 2023 in North Korea. It was priced pretty close to $1,000, but it looked...
What North Korean citizen is fucking affording that? Like, that's what I don't understand. It has to be people that are living in, like, the capital. Like, it has to be somebody that's living in Pyongyang, because, like, the average North Korean citizen is just, like, dead broke.
Looks like a mid-range Huawei phone from 2021. Actually, let me be clear. It
has to be people that... I think they're also giving people the phones that are in, like, some sort of... Not substantial power, but they're in a position of luxury, or, I guess, they're well off enough to where, like, they would start looking for, like, tech. They would want the next thing. And if North Korea doesn't give them the next thing, then they're going to be like, okay, I'm not revolting, but... there would be some sketchy shit behind the scenes.
Looks like a mid-range Huawei phone from 2021. I'm almost getting deja vu looking at it. The way the camera module has an identical style and position. The way the body and the screen curves around in a seemingly identical...
I mean, yeah, bro, they literally probably got a Huawei and went, how do we copy this but make it fucking 10 times worse so our citizens can't fucking do anything with it?
Way. Even this incredibly unique Huawei-style cutout around the buttons and this red line in the middle of the power key is the same. Plus, for security reasons, I've got to keep the IMEI number hidden. But when we traced it back, it does look like this phone was manufactured in China, just like Huawei phones. So I think there's two possible...
So there's Chinese companies that are making phones for North Korean people? I thought they would have had that shit in-house.
Explanations. Either this phone was actually secretly made by Huawei themselves and supplied to North Korea for them to add their software layer, or Samtae just decided, we like the look of that one, let's copy it. Because you're about to see...
I would assume that's probably what it is.
...this yourselves, but so much of the content on these phones is copied content already. Why not the phone design too? But also that, unlike the Huawei that this looks so similar to, this phone does have a thicker bezel and a notch, this extremely tasteless font on show throughout the whole user interface, and then the only form...
Yeah, can I say that? It's like a sad phone. Like, I wouldn't be able to guess what country it's from if you just handed me the phone, but I'd be like, this is a bad, like, this is a shitty phone. It's a sad phone. Like, the font's shitty, bro. The font's shitty. The fucking look is, like, sleek, but, bro, it looks like a fucking lithium battery. Like, it looks like I'm staring at something that would charge a fucking e-bike.
Form of branding on the camera is a feebly written 64 megapixel that gives me absolutely zero reassurance it's going to be a good experience. And it is not. On the Haeyang phone, we're just getting extremely poor, grainy image quality all around. And even though there are 3 cameras on the back of this phone, there is still no ultra-wide and no zoom. So both extra cameras are just useless macro and depth cameras. A trend that, globally speaking, started to die out pretty fast after 2020. And so the idea that this thing released in 2023 with that kind of setup shows the time lag that we're operating with here. And then on the flagship Samtaesung, the camera is super buggy. We couldn't even get it to flip around to the rear cameras. And it's also got this really unusual watermark plastered over it, which when we reverse, it spells out, please contact Heinetron. Now, I did a little digging and turns out Heinetron
Anytime you take a picture, it fucking watermarks your face.
is a small, private, China-based company who makes a lot of smartphone parts. So it kind of looks here like they've supplied some of the bits for this.
I think in this one, I think I would do better. I think I could strategize like fucking crazy, chat. I would kill their backline so fast. I would dead ass ignore. Maybe not. I would say I'm going to frontline. I'm going to fight the big fuck. I would tell my teammate, yo, run around and strangle his teammate. Run around, because it's always guy, girl, right? So if I'm the dude, I'm going to go, yo, I'm going to try, or actually maybe reverse. I'd be like, you distract the guy, I'm just going to fucking spear that person to death. And then we're going to fucking live. If you're in life like your teammate was a 12-year-old disabled person, what would you do? I mean, bro, they're not going to draft somebody that's physically incapable of fighting. You can't put me in that scenario. I'm not doing that. They would? They wouldn't. They wouldn't. Oh, they did. Oh, they did, though. Oh, my God, they did, though. No, they did do that, though. Oh, shit. You're cooked. In that scenario. See, that's fucked, though. That's fucked, though. What if they're autistic? I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking, like, physically disabled to where, like, my teammate has one arm and one leg. And now, like, they're not going to do that. I feel like there would be rules. Okay, then I don't know. Why are you trying to pick apart? Why are you ruining my idea? Fuck! Why are you ruining my idea? They would just die? But then you're dead too! That's the point they're making, which is true. Like, if you're with somebody that's, like, fucked, like, they're not, like, it's just like, oh, you're cooked, you know? Like, now, like, it's over. Honestly, bro, I feel like that's a scenario where you literally have to go, like, put them in a cave and be like, don't leave. I'm gonna win this games for us. Like, I'll bring you food so you don't die. Just say you wouldn't draft them if this is your games. Yeah, but the game maker doesn't choose who does and doesn't get drafted. All right, I would give somebody like, in that scenario, I'm giving the other player like some crazy perk or some shit. Like Katniss and PETA. I gotta say, side rant, PETA's presentation to the rich people that are determining whether or not he's gonna get like fucking sponsors for the games was so stupid, and they made it seem cool, and it was so lame. Like, if you remember, they all had to, like, portray their own abilities and what makes them, like, good, I guess, opponents. And, like, Katniss is, like, headshotting stuff. Or, like, well, actually, she might have, like, painted something. But, like, a lot of people are throwing knives and they're, like, slashing. They're showing their fighting skills. Bro, PETA just goes, thun, 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 throws a weight. And all of them go, wow. Wow. And they act impressed. Like 5 Hunger Games ago, there wasn't a girl that graded her teeth to look like shark teeth with the fighting capabilities of fucking somebody that spent 10 years in fucking Dagestan learning MMA maneuvers. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Enobaria or whatever. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, you know, PETA throwing a fucking 40-pound potato sack was impressive. Next games. I think you guys will like this one more. This one's titled the Fallout games because of how similar I was going to title this one the Nocturnal Games, but I'm titling it the Fallout Games because I think the map would be the most memorable. The climate would be similar to Fallout 4 or the show, The Fallout. We would remove radiation. I think I say that in another slide, but you're not worrying about, I'm going to say that off rep, you're not worrying about, like, dying of radiation and stepping into a room that's going to fucking kill you, okay? The problem in the worry about this game is that it is unbearably bright and hot during the day. It is cold and pitch black at night and bright and hot in the day. The UV level during the day is 10 plus, and it's over 100 degrees from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. You're in the desert, okay? You're spawning in the Sahara. Not really, because there's going to be water sources, but it's going to feel like you're in the desert constantly. Everything's going to be run down and look like it was in a post-nuclear blast. There would be less buildings than this. You know, I don't want there to be, like, huge cities. Honestly, I think there would be buildings scattered kind of like in this bit, but it would be more like deserted. Map-focused games through and through. There's caverns and broken structures that you're able to sleep in that would kind of look like this. A lot of the games would be played during the night. You know, there's going to be benefits of going out during the day, but for the first few days, it's like if you stay outside during the day, you're dead. Water's readily available, yet largely unusable, like this picture here. You know, think still water, water that has so much bacteria in it that unless it's like fully boiled and filtered and you know a lot about survival filtration, like you're fucked. You know, there's going to be instances where you do find like water bottles and there's going to be clean water sources, very far and few between. Most of the water that you'll see is unusable and or deadly. Post-nuclear fallout years after is what I'm saying. That's why there wouldn't be radiation, because that's kind of cringe if like all the people died from like radiation poisoning. But yeah, I also included this image here where my fucking face cam is of Fallout, but it wouldn't be a city like that. I'm just more saying like the ruins. You know, it wouldn't be like you're in modern day New York. It's not going to be that vast where you're able to like climb 80-story buildings. Like the tallest building would be like 3 stories. The twist, this is where we get into this chatter's request here about the mutts. Nocturnal radiation mutated carnivores. So think bears, think like snakes, dogs. They're going to be like fucking steroid like zombie creatures that kind of roam the grounds. But they're not computers. They're not robots, right? These are real animals that are also seeking survival, shelter, and food. So that's where the conflict is that these animals also can't go out during the day or don't want to. So the shelter that they're seeking is also the shelter that you're seeking. So if you go into a cavern and you're like, thank fuck, it was so hot, I can relax here, you might have a mutated bear waiting to kill you, right? Or at night, when you want to venture out, is when they want to venture out. And then they're going to be looking for you. That's when animals seek you out as well. I also have this creature here. This isn't really an animal. But something like really creepy, you know? Like, it would be like you're in a horror game at night. Horror game at night and just, like, horrible during the day. The strategy is obviously go out at night because that's when you're going to be able to, I guess, adventure the most. Because during the day, you're going to get severe sunburn. You know, you might die of heat exhaustion or dehydration. You don't really want to be active when you're going to be losing a lot of your energy. So you want to go out at night. The problem is it's pitch fucking black. There are no stars. There is no moon. It is dark. It is it's the dome, remember? The dome that they're in. So there is a border. We're not going to have fake stars, fake moon. It's nothing. So it is pitch black. Cave level, darkness outside. So you're going to have to find ways around, maneuvering through where you are. And so the best thing that you're going to think of off rip is probably fire. And fire's awesome, but I wanted to just use this as an example. When you're going to stick out like a sore fucking thumb. So fire's going to help you move around. It also might help you fend off animals, but it's also going to be a fucking beacon to other players of where you exactly are. I also wanted to say it's advantageous to risk going out in the day because you might be able to like loot the runes before other people. You know, stuff's going to get taken quick. There's probably going to be pretty good items that are placed in the runes, in the buildings, in these areas that are, you know, lootable, and they'll go quick. So you kind of want to go out during the day, maybe risk it to, you know, kind of reduce player-to-player contact, but also increase what you get. You might find heat-repelling clothing for night and day. You might find sleeping bags for night, other energy-absorbing things for cold at night. Like, you might get certain gear that is usable for daytime adventures, kind of like what people wear in the Sahara or just in deserts in general, because they're not going to spawn with that stuff. Incentives. This is where it gets really weird. You get supplies for kills. So it promotes you not being a bum-ass camper. If you remember, in the second movie, Catching Fire, there were 2 winners that won previous games from camouflaging themselves and doing nothing for days until their opponents starved. That's stupid as fuck. So we're going to make you OP if you kill people. But what makes it the twist is that you can't just kill them. Because we're not going to drop you stuff out of the sky. You need to go back to the center with the person's head. So if you want good gear, you need to kill them, cut off their head, and bring it back to spawn. And put it in a cache. It only opens after day 3. Because that would be lame if it was open on day 1, because everybody would just camp in mid and kill each other. The games would be over instantly. So you kill people. In the first 3 days, you're kind of weighing, hey, should I carry this person's head around? Should I cache their body somewhere? So you're going to have, it's disgusting, which makes it more entertaining. It changes game strategy. And you're going to have people that camp the cornucopia more than before, and you'll have scavengers. Right, so you'll have people that aren't really killing that many people, but they're kind of looking for bodies like that were killed on day 1, 2, or 3 prior to the cache opening. If you get the head in spawn, like you would put it on like a plate and it would sink down and then it would bring something up for you, and you get to choose, right? So there's going to be a category. It would be like food, weapons, supplies, like gear, right? And you'll pick one. So you get 1 credit per head, and you get to choose what you want. So then the game's not going to choose for you. You get a pick. I feel like this is really complicated. How? I feel like this makes perfect sense. Hey, if you cash a head in at mid, you get to pick an item only after day 3. That's so simple. Right, and here's like some of the items. Like you might get like, you know, just blocky like MRE, nutrition bars, low quality night gear. You know, that would be like really good weaponry. You know, you might get like a heat blanket or heat repellent clothing, stuff like that. And you just get to pick category. You don't get to pick exact item. It's going to drop what is in that category that would best suit you. I love this idea. I think this is like the best out of everything in this presentation. I feel like this could get translated to every game because it's just like such a cool, it would be good for the movies and also just like, fuck, dude, that's disgusting. Because like you would kill somebody and then you could like drag their body and drop them in the cache. But that's going to be so energy like consuming that it makes more sense to just like hack off their head, put it in a bag and carry it. But that's also going to be like, you know, then you could have something in the movies where like a bear's attacking you and you're on the way to mid, but to distract the bear, you just get rid of the head and the bear eats the head. So now you don't get the item, but like you saved your life because you were carrying like meat for the fucking animals or something. I don't know. It's just such a good, I feel like it's such a good twist. Oh, Then we go, and so when you leave, you have to walk a mile out, and you're going around these dirt tracks that's kicking up dust. You're fucking sneezing. You get to the Uber lot, and all of the Ubers are either already booked or there's guys standing out front, and they'll go, "I'll drive you. I'll drive you. I drive you." And you go, "Okay. Oh, my car right over here. How much? $600. Buddy, I make good money, and I'm not paying your bitch ass $600 to drive me 3 fucking miles to my hotel, right? You could go fist yourself." And so you call an Uber, and the line's like 9 miles long, right? The Uber line, all the Ubers that are there are already booked by other people that are like walking to them, right? Because you're never going to get that one. Like, people like reserve these Ubers. They show up like fucking hours early, and they always want to charge you more. So, like, if you order an Uber, the Uber's in line 2 miles down the road. So it's just like, we literally just leave, and we're walking down these closed roads. I get picked up at a church.
Let's go there to get your pictures. Once again, show the James Charles pictures. That's the pictures you're getting. The Shadow Man's lurking, waiting for a camera to be on him.
You gotta take a picture at the Ferris wheel. It's the Coachella Ferris wheel, man.
Oh, is that like a?
I'm pretty sure I have a picture where I'm standing out in front with it, but...
Were you shirtless?
Why are his... Oh my God, they were blurred. I was going to say his nipples are huge.
I was shirtless, yeah.
That was back when you were...
when I was, good.
Yeah, you had your pecs and your abs. You were definitely showboat. Were you peacocking a little bit to see if a girl would... Yeah, well, why not? I'm at Coachella. You know what I mean? Sometimes the cucumber tastes better pickled. People felt like Coachella was all about celebrating music without alienating fans who didn't want to drop $150 to go to festivals like Woodstock at the time. And in fact, this made Coachella a counterculture event that gained a lot of respect in the early days. And over time, ticket sales went up. And it began...
And it literally became what it was made to be against.
Actually making a profit. And this allowed its organizers to book larger artists with much more variety, as well as massively expand the venue space. And by 2012, the event now extended to a span of 2 full weekends, and ticket prices started to rise farther than what the average person was willing to pay. And the lineup started to expand from alternative and indie rock to things like hip-hop, electronic...
And the ticket's like the least expensive part of it, because you're paying for the ticket, which is like, you know, base, if you're doing general admission, yeah, like $700, maybe more, like 1,000, 2,000 if you're doing VIP, 1,500. You have to find a place to stay, and you're there for like 4 days, so the hotel's probably going to be like $3,000 if you're doing a hotel, unless you're doing like a drive-in tent situation. If you live in Cali and you could bring your car there, food, drink, shit like that, that's like already alone going to be another $2,000 if you're eating there. And it's just like, you're just constantly spending money. Ubers as well are just fucking expensive.
And pop music. And throughout Coachella's history, art was also a big focus on the event. Instead of simple art installations scattered throughout the venue, you could now see massive pieces designed by well-known artists.
I walked up this shit, air conditioned, best part of it. You literally walk for like 5 minutes to the top, and then you go, sick. Walk all the way back down.
Around this time, fashion was also starting to become a big aspect of the event too. No longer did people just wear casual clothing like band t-shirts. People today compare it to the Met Gala in the sense that the outfits seen during the event would literally shape fashion trends. This is all to say that Coachella had a whole culture surrounding it, one that slowly morphed into something way different than what it once was. This video is sponsored by our partners. While it's normal for events to grow and change over time, many who attended Coachella in earlier years started to hate how mainstream the festival was becoming, which is bound to happen, Nick.
Yeah, that's popularity.
Once it becomes popular, it's not cool anymore. I used to pay $50. It's also that was 15 years ago.
I paid, I think, $450 for my tickets.
Damn.
That's not including the parking.
So this is just to get into
the festival. That's just to get in. But that's all 3 days. And that's why, like, the first time I was like, oh, it's worth it. Because if you think about it, it's $150 a day. I saw like 10 bands a day.
I mean, if you save up for like a whole fucking year or whatever.
It's just so crowded now.
I mean,
Dude, you just gotta get drunk before, too. Or, like, fucking take drugs before you walk in, man. Like, that's literally the vibe, because you walk up, they're like, hi, what can I get you? Can I get a vodka Red Bull? Double or single? Double. All right, that'll be $42. Staring at you as you're choosing tip.
I can't even imagine. I mean, I almost refuse to go to shows.
Working at Coachella has got to be a gig, brother. Holy. You're a bartender at Coachella? yo, you're making a fucking $3,000 paycheck in 3 days.
Those that have, like, if it's more than 800 people,
Yeah.
I'm really not going. Honestly, I'm not gonna go. One of the worst things that come from Coachella's mainstream appeal was that it became an experience rather than a music festival. It was less about music and more of a status symbol gained from going to the cool, popular event of the year. That's just gonna happen though too. You know, once it becomes a cultural thing, especially with the fashion stuff, it's a different kind of cosplay almost, is what it seems like. It's like, oh, we're going and we're doing like the most absurd, impractical outfits that are just so we can take pictures, and like that's the event. I don't really give a fuck about the music. I just want to go and experience that kind of thing, which is also, I mean, in a way, I have respect for that.
It's your time.
Bro, I don't know. I just like, I remember when we were walking, and at some point I was so hot, I just took my shirt off, and I was wearing just like regular fucking like jean shorts and shoes. And I saw some other dude in just like sunglasses, like gym shorts, and like Adidas sneakers. And I was like, this guy knows what's going on. You know, like some days I was wearing an outfit, but I was like, yo, it's actually just better to just pull up in like comfy shit, man. Just show up.
Money, you can do whatever you want.
Oh, of course. But I'm just saying that if it is this like multicultural, like it isn't just music, it's all about art. I think what becomes annoying though is that if you slice up the pie too many times, you have like, okay, well, this portion of people are just here for fashion, this portion of people are here just for music. If you're trying to go see a band, but
nah, the people that are there just like it's the vibe, bro. Coachella map. The people that fucking show up and only go to like this one tent. Yo, if they're just at Do Lab the whole day, they're on fucking drugs and they're there to just enjoy the event. If somebody's just posted up by Coachella and outdoor, mainstream. Coachella outdoor, they're just sitting by the VIP section the whole time. Like, that's what it is. Like, there's some people that literally just don't leave, like, Yuma tent and they just listen to rave music for fucking 6 hours.
But like nobody gives a fuck about it. You're fucking with everybody's experience. Then I think the experience becomes too divided. While the festival is an impressive commercial success, in many ways it has lost its luster. The event is no longer something that anyone can afford. For example, a 3-day pass can now cost up to $650. And like with anything nowadays, scalpers are always there to drive up the prices of tickets purchased at the last second. This year, scalpers made massive profits selling weekend
$4,000. And that many people still bought that shit?
Tickets for $4,000 to $5,000 after the event had sold out. And Coachella now offers access to special, luxurious accommodations like their Safari Campground, which can cost as much as $12,000 to rent.
Bro, $12,000 to stay in an unair-conditioned tent. Like, what are we doing? Dude, it's really the 12 grand, chat. It's for the convenience. Because even if you get a private driver and you have a hotel, it's just so much easier to get done and then just walk out of the event into your tent, pass out.
Just give you a tent and maybe a coconut tree. Or something, you know, whatever, or a tiger plushie. There's an option to rent on Airbnb, but the prices are straight up demented. Properties in the area will shoot up thousands of dollars during.
I mean, yeah, the influencers that are buying Airbnb, like we stayed at like some fucking like 12-room fucking hotel, dude. That's where we stayed. And we walked to breakfast every day. It was awesome. But like, it was still expensive. But the influencers that are renting out Airbnbs, I mean, you're spending probably like $20K on an Airbnb for 3 days, 4 days, but you get like 9 people and split it.
In the event because they know someone will eventually end up booking them. And those who can't afford this will simply pay for a small patch of land in order to park their car and camp out. If you thought,
come with me to set up my Coachella tent. So first, we got this bright blue, beautiful tent. And I also have a miniature Yeti gallon water bottle to hold my water and potentially pee if I don't want to go to the communal bathrooms. I put that in the corner. Got to remember which is to drink and which is to pee and whether or not there's water or piss in it. Anyways, outside of that, we also have a little mini burner in case I want to cook myself a little snack at night. We have a little ice cooler here with some steaks and other raw foods, but we're running low on ice because we're in the middle of the desert, so we got to eat it before it goes bad.
There is a whole culture behind car camping online where people show off their insanely elaborate setup.
Like, bro, we really set up a portable, bro, like, oh my God. Like, we have a a weird like space light thing.
Are camping online
Projector.
where people show off their insanely elaborate setups. Some people will spend well over a month planning the layout and ordering the things they need. And one influencer showing off his room tour included things like fake houseplants, a clothing rack, a decorative
And this shit's just for social media, bro.
knickknacks, and even a director's chair for some reason. I remember seeing this. Guy got a lot of hate.
Yeah. I mean, it's LARPing. Like, why? It's not even like you're LARPing doing nothing. Like, nobody actually does that.
Get it? It's fucking stupid. It feels like that's like a very performative kind of thing.
I equate it to the refrigerator videos where it's just like people have like all these little containers for their tiny sodas and juices.
Those are satisfying videos, though. I mean, every time I see.
And I think that's sick, too. Imagine having, like, whenever I watch those refrigerator videos, I'm like, yeah, that'd be awesome to have a fridge like that. Just stock full of, like, 80 different types of drinks. It's like you're at a fucking gas station. You just pick what you want.
And I'm like, I gotta try that out, actually. Be a nightmare to organize, though. This feels like an extension of the fashion trend to me. It feels like it's a part of that performative kind of like, well, yes, like I'm dressed here, I'm ready, and also this is my tent. Look how elaborate and like weird it is. You know, it feels like it fits into that same culture.
Dude, and it's just like not like all I'm thinking is you just spent 4 hours putting this together, and then when you're hungover as hell Monday morning after the concert on Sunday, you have to take it all down. You have to fucking put everything away.
Culture for me, I don't know why.
Which, to be fair, if you're trying to get some sniz,
dude, if I'm trying to get some pussy and I bring him,
leave it there. Yeah, that'll go well.
Back to this amazing oasis. You think they're gonna be happy?
She's gonna be like, oh, yeah, someone's got the safari hut. You should check out my safari hut back in the gangster
Do you
room.
think this is good? Got the whole fucking set of Jumanji over here, dude. Are you kidding me? Come on back. For many, it's less about the utility and more about the aesthetic and the content that can be made with it. The absurd prices extend to the food as well, and people often post their insane food expenses, like one attendee showing off a plate of tacos and nachos that cost
$102.
$102, and we're...
My God, that's like normal though. That's like normal for there. Like I remember when me and Brooke went, we got like, it was like lunch or some shit there. We got like chicken tenders and fries. And it was like $68 or something.
Cold to the
for like two, so it was like $34 each.
Touch. Others revealed that they paid over $20 for a simple cocktail and $17 for a small cup of lemonade. And regardless,
dude, I would just get the double vodka margarita, or not vodka. I would get double tequila margarita or like the double vodka Red Bulls, and I would just slam those.
Coachella still sells like crazy, and people will gladly drop a small fortune over the course of the weekend. Yeah, no shit. I don't know. People who complain about that stuff, they're like, yeah, but I mean, it's $100 for nachos.
I never understand when an influencer, like, I'm going to sit there and be like, it's overpriced, but I paid like VIP and then also what was there. Like, I paid as little as I could, you know? I hate when people are like, I just spent $98,000 on Coachella. Are you freaking kidding me? You chose to do that, right? You bought 4 VIP passes, got into like 9 after parties, fucking rented out an Airbnb for $35,000. It's like, that's your fault. Like, Coachella's expensive, but like, you could probably get like lowest VIP. You could get like 2 tickets if you get them not up priced, you know, from some scalper and like a tent or some shit. Like, you could spend like $8,000 for 2 people, which is still crazy though.
Like, why are you ordering it? What do you expect? It's like going to the airport and being like, can you believe these prices?
Or you kind of get trapped if you.
Sophie Rain, didn't Sophie Rain say she spent like $200K though?
You can do car camping because you cannot.
I gotta look that up. Sophie Rain said she spent $193,845 on a 3-day Coachella trip for her friends and herself. It was an $83,000 Airbnb for 3 days. For 3 days. Maybe 4 nights. 4 nights. Thursday through Sunday. $20,000 a day. $67,000 for 12 artist passes and $37,000 for a private chat. Okay, well, she spent $193K to bring 12 people to full access Coachella. And she also makes like $80 million a year. So that's like not a lot of money. That's like not a lot of money for her.
Yeah.
Which, granted, if you're camping, you should bring food.
Well, why didn't you bring food? Yeah. I mean, it's like just bring a bunch of fucking bologna and cheese sandwiches. You know what I mean? Why not? If this all sounds far too expensive, don't worry, because now people are signing up for payment plans in order to pay off the insane ticket prices and smaller.
No, just don't go. Don't go. If you are putting yourself on a fucking Klarna, like, pay later shit, like, yo, you should not be going to Coachella if you're doing installments for a year.
Installments. In 2020,
or 6 months.
Reports showed that 60% of attendees, around 80,000 people, utilized this to afford their ticket. Many people.
What? Yo, you're paying that shit off on Christmas.
People literally take on this payment plan with zero guarantee that they'll be able to pay off every month. And on the Coachella subreddit, one woman titled a post, quote, "Hey, Coachella fam, I need help." And she explained, "Hey, Coachella fam, I need help." And it explains how she needs someone from the community to lend her $272, quote, in the...
I'm sorry if this is not allowed on here. I just don't know what else to do. I found out I missed a payment and got an email saying if I'm not paid by today by 5 p.m. PST, so 3 hours, I lose my order. I tried live chat, but they said I can only notate my account and can't guarantee it won't be canceled. I don't get paid until Tuesday. It's just over $272 for my payment. Is anybody here able to help me out till Tuesday? Or anybody give me some advice on how I can delay payment? If anybody here can help, I can just verify myself however you need. Show you my pay stubs and direct deposit proof. This has just been a rough couple of months financially, and I'm going to cry if this order gets canceled this close to being paid. Please help, fam. Like, I get she's in a rough financial spot, and, like, that's sucky, and I do feel bad about that. But it's also, like, bro, like, it's really, like, just, like, you shouldn't be going...
phone, but then North Korean Samtaesong has just, like, not paid their license fee or something. Regardless, though, of whether this phone is a secret Huawei collab or just a blatant ripoff, it doesn't change the fact that it is terrible value when you consider the global market. But that makes a lot of sense. With North Korea, we are talking about a very unusual market that has almost no competitive pressure. There's almost no incentive to give people cutting-edge tech. And if anything, the more dated the tech, the simpler it is, and therefore the easier it is going to be to control. That would also explain why the Haeyong is still running Android 10 with seemingly no ability to update beyond that, and why Samtaesong is stuck on Android 11, making it 5 years worth of updates behind current Android.
I don't understand that about fucking update shit. Like, what is so bad? Is it like vulnerabilities? Like, what's so bad about not updating something that works currently? That eventually there's vulnerabilities that haven't been patched? Yeah, it's like security shit, but also probably like lag and glitches. So they're using like 5-year-old fucking software on a brand new phone.
Show you what I mean by all this copied stuff. So there is an
It'd be like running your computer today on like Windows 8.
App literally here with a Microsoft Word logo. You open it up and it gives you the option for Excel, PowerPoint, and Word. But I can assure you what you are getting here are not Microsoft apps, not even close in functionality. I would actually go as far as to say that at least 50% of the icons that you see on these phones are stripped directly.
I feel like they're unusable, dude. Video editor. There's people making fucking CapCut edits in fucking North Korea. Get the hell out of here. Theme manager, what is this?
Directly from other companies, like File Manager and Compass. Those are basically Huawei icons that are very slightly reskinned. Maps is an almost one-to-one of the Google Maps icon. This random game uses the same icon as the Mobi Office work application. But let's just zoom out for a second. Even the official Samtaesong wallpaper, I'm pretty sure they have literally just downloaded the wallpaper from an Honor phone and then added an 8 to it. And then if I go over here to the About Phone section, I recognize that image. That image is actually stripped straight from the promo material of the completely different looking Huawei Mate 30 Pro phone from years ago. And yet it is serving as the poster image for the Samsung.
I'm surprised they even put this much work into like making it look nice. Like, do you think that's a part of the appeal for the North Korean people? Is like they're really trying to con you into thinking this is a good phone? Because like is the average North Korean person that gets this phone like staring at this image and being like, wow, I really have the next big tech.
Samtaesong 8, which makes me side with the theory that this is a copy of Huawei as opposed to made by Huawei. Because if it was made by Huawei, surely the company would use an image that at least matched the design of the phone. There's a whole library of informational videos that you can buy as part of North Korea's intranet, like this one, all about the football club Arsenal. And on the face of it, you're like, oh, this is really premium, how professionally produced. But look a little closer, and you can see this is actually ripped straight from an Amazon Prime series. It's just instead of Stay in the Game, it's titled called Sweat for the Win. And it's got the logo of a North Korean company plastered across the entire length of it. But there is literally no way.
Wait, and the North Korean people have to fucking pay for like a shitty cut, like rip of 480p Arsenal's Netflix, or not Netflix, Amazon Prime documentary. Like they're paying for like a 480p rip of like a shitty, like not a shitty documentary, but like a shitty version of a documentary.
That this North Korean company could have bought the license to sell this content.
Why doesn't somebody do something about this? Yeah, Zach, why doesn't Amazon fucking sue North Korea for fucking copyright infringement?
There are literally sanctions on US companies like Amazon for collaborating with them. There's games too, tons of them, but I just want to show you this football game for a second. It opens with, bizarrely, the same logo that we just saw on the Amazon Prime show, so it seems like this is some sort of large-scale media redistribution brand who's taking international content and making it North Korea compliant. Then we see the boot-up screen, with the game's title being International Soccer League 2.0, which is just so
Is this just FIFA Mobile? Is this just a rip of FIFA Mobile? They like change all the players to like North Koreans though. It's like messy, but they just like change it. Like everybody's just reskinned just like fully. Like it's just every team's just only North Korean citizens.
interesting because this shot of Messi's face, I reverse image searched it, is not from International Soccer League 2.0, but instead a screen grab from a trailer of Japanese-made Pro Evolution Soccer. The other thing that I think is absolutely fascinating about this football game is the Asian players are missing. Like, you can select the team.
I was joking. I was fully joking. There's no way they got rid of all the Asian people if they weren't North Korean.
Team, Tottenham Hotspur, with all the correct roster as of 2022 when the game was launched.
But they're missing all the Asian people.
But with the only South Korean member of that team, Son Heung-min, not present. They just chopped him. Again, presumably to not show North Koreans that South Koreans have proper international...
Oh my god, bro, because no. Yo, they had to do that. Because if you were playing this game as a North Korean citizen, you'd be like, wait, this guy's on a fucking UK professional soccer team, and he's from fucking South Korea?
athletic careers. In fact, just the general situation with apps in North Korea is so different to what you and I are used to. The first thing that jumps out is there's just so many of them. Like, have you ever seen this?
I low-key feel like this phone emits radiation, but like not like ionizing radiation. Like this, I feel like this phone, like if you slept next to it, would probably cause some health problems.
This many apps pre-installed on a smartphone. This right here is a medicine app, but a medicine app where you can order whatever you might need for home delivery. There's maps with navigation too, although fascinatingly, it doesn't show a clear dividing line between North and South Korea, and also doesn't let you zoom any further out than the country itself. It's a little bit more advanced.
Bro, you can't see the fuck. Do you think they have a globe? Do you think they have a globe? Do you think they teach? Bro, we've seen so many documentaries about North Korea. I don't think I've ever actually asked that or, like, looked into that. Do they know what, like, the continents look like?
Than I was expecting, and
they have to. They have to.
Some ways, too.
The Earth's flat? I don't think they think the Earth's flat because there's no religion. There's no religion, and that's where, like, it kind of got phased out. There would be no reason for them to say the Earth's flat.
Like, there's a store here where you can buy things like
and there are genuine fucking scientists in North Korea. Like, dude, there's people working on, like, military high-grade, like, physics-based shit.
Smartwatches and
so they know the Earth's round.
TVs, all using an electronic wallet, and it's part of the intranet. It's also on this phone, really surprising to see. If we look past the logo that is very clearly just an NBC ripoff, this is...
It's so weird, though, that they're just, like, choosing random logos to just kind of rip for different apps.
Online gambling, with even the option...
Huh? North Korea has gambling?
Of the intranet. It's also on this phone, really surprising to see. If we look past the logo that is very clearly just an NBC ripoff, this is online gambling, with even the option for sports betting, as well as just...
What fucking sport are you gonna bet on? North Korean sports?
A pretty hefty catalog of video content that you can download.
Oh my god, how much are you gonna bet that shit's fucking rigged to the gills? Oh my god. Betting on a fucking North Korean football match and you fucking throw like $5,000 on some shit, they're like, just lose. Just lose. I go, okay.
download onto the phones. But you can also see that the North Korean government's influence permeates every layer of this, even the types of movies available. I couldn't find one from the US or South Korea, but Russian movies? Loads of them. Remember, the criteria here is not which movies does the North Korean population like the most, it's which movies does the regime want the population to watch. And so it makes sense that it's all filled with Russian content, since Russia is one of North Korea's closest political allies. And Russian ideologies line up very closely to North Korean ones. There's also, weirdly...
Yeah, but it's Russian ideologies, but it's not just Russian film. What's that one movie where they use real bullets that was a Russian film that we watched? Come and see. I'm telling you right now, the North Korean people do not have access to come and see. That's like an anti-war like movie about how horrible it is for people, and it ruins lives, families, and fucking everything. Yeah, no shot in hell they'd have that.
A bunch
They have access to Russian films that are pre-approved.
of Indian movies, including ones that I've seen before, like Three Idiots. The link between North
What?
Korea and India isn't as clear-cut, but the guys from Daily NK have a theory that Indian culture hits a bit of a sweet spot. It's kind of different enough to seem exotic and interesting to North Koreans,
But they won't want it.
but while still not posing a threat to their culture
Yeah, it's not gonna make them want to change their own culture.
in the way that Western content does. And then there's just a whole load of apps that feel not just guided by the government, but directly requested by them. Like this one is entirely biographies of past and current North Korean rulers. Something else I've never seen before is a general guidance app, which is split into 4 categories: laws, regulations, a legal dictionary, and then common sense, which really is exactly what it sounds
You imagine you're doing some sketchy shit on your fucking North Korean iPhone, and like out of nowhere you just get a fucking phone call and it's just Kim Jong-un's face. It's like John Pork, but worse.
like. It's so strange. It's like
way worse.
how should we legally understand the family? Who are relatives? Can't relatives marry? I wonder if the idea is giving
Wait, what?
legally understand really is exactly what it sounds like. It's so strange. It's like, how should we legally understand the family? Who are relatives? Can't relatives marry? I wonder if the idea is giving every single person the same set of ideologies and
Coachella is the worst.
To the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in sundown, because today we're going to talk about one of the biggest music festivals of the year, Coachella, baby. Oh yeah.
Ass. No, it's not ass. It was fun, but like it was ass. How do I put this into terms? Is Coachella worth the money? Never in a million years. Never in a million years. You could go to so many other concerts that are way cheaper and way more fun. Is it fun? Yes. Did I have fun? Yes. Was it worth, $12,000? Fuck no. It's the most overhyped, influencer-packed event you'll ever fucking go to in your life. VIP tickets, you're not even close to the fucking stage. Doesn't even matter. You're still in a packed area because they sell thousands of fucking VIP tickets.
Look at that sick Coachella montage.
I'm gonna rant about it so much.
Coachella, a place where all the biggest artists pile into a massive venue for 2 weekends of non-stop performances. Coachella has cemented itself as the ultimate supplier of FOMO, fear of missing out.
Bro, here's the thing, though, is so many of the people that film themselves at Coachella going, yeah, woo! Stand around right after, right when the video cuts, it's literally LARPing. Like, no one, bro, all the influencers are LARPing. There's people that actually pull up that are like there and like fucking rage and take drugs and weird shit. And it's like, kind of like a music festival to them. But even then, I'm like, how are they reasoning that this is like worth it? Because it's just like, there's so many other music festivals that have big artists, maybe not as big as Coachella, but they're like 1/10 the price.
Desperate to make content, or music fans who want to see their favorite artists, it's truly absurd the lengths people will go to attend this event. Nick, have you gone to Coachella before?
I've gone twice, baby.
Was it actually worth it?
The first time was. I saw like 30 bands when I was there. And then the next year, I literally think I only saw like 2 concerts a day.
Don't you have to camp out there and stuff?
Yeah, we did the camping.
Well, here's the problem is it's almost like less is better. You know when you go to a restaurant and there's like 10 menu items and you're like, oh, I just have to pick one of these. And then you go to a Cheesecake Factory and there's 45 pages of different food. That's the same vibe, right? Like if you go to Coachella, there's 100 music artists and 3 of them that you want to see are performing in overlapping time segments. So like you're literally picking who you want to see, or you're forcing yourself to like watch half of a concert and then run half a mile to the other one and watch the rest. Like that's because everything, they have to spread it out. So there's like 9 different stages, 10 different stages. Some are inside, some are outside, most are outside. And so, you know, you might be at like Yuma. Let me pull up a map of Coachella to make it easier. I went in 25. I did not go this year. So obviously the map probably looks a little bit different. But say you're at Sahara down here, and you're watching like one of your favorite rappers. But on the Coachella stage, Sabrina Carpenter's performing, you know? And then all the way over in Gobi, Juiced is performing. And they're all performing at the same time. Say the rapper starts at 6:30, Juice starts at 6:45, and Sabrina starts at 7:15. They're all performing for an hour and a half. So you're like bouncing around just trying to get like samples of each artist. And it's like you either full commit to one and just get FOMO about the other ones, or you get like a half experience of all 3. Like you can't see everybody. You just can't. And it's also the worst venue ever because it's in the middle of the desert. It's hot as fuck. This year it wasn't. When I went, it was like 100 degrees outside. So that's the problem. It's like you go hype. Like I genuinely believe that the best place in my mind to hold a concert is somewhere where it's cold, right? You wear more layers as you're hype and moving around. You take them off, you know? Like when they hold concerts at like ski resorts and shit, bro, that's awesome because it's cold as fuck. And then you get hotter. You take your clothes off. When it's fucking 100 degrees outside and you're already walking around all day, you're sunburnt to shit, and you're trying to wear like a cool outfit because it's Coachella, you know, and you have to be LARPing. So it's like at the end of the day, you're just fucking burnt, you know? Go to the doctor. It doesn't matter if you're young. You should be getting yearly checkups. You should be going to the dentist. You should be going to the dermatologist. You should be going to your general doctor, your GP. I know it's hard to find doctors at times, and it can be a real pain to schedule appointments, but it's better to catch problems early rather than later, and it feels a lot more comforting to know that you have no problems. And that's where ZocDoc, the sponsor of today's video, makes your life a whole lot easier. I actually used ZocDoc to search for allergists before I knew I had alpha-gal. It can be a real pain to schedule a doctor's appointment. You're calling, you're getting put on hold, you're playing phone tag, you end up getting an appointment 6 months down the line, and you're like, what is happening? ZocDoc makes that easier. With ZocDoc, all you got to do is put in what type of doctor you're trying to see, your area, your insurance information, and they immediately set you up with a list of doctors, areas, and appointments that you're able to easily funnel through to see who you want to go to and when. They have over 150,000 providers, over 200 plus different specialties across all 50 states. And you can do it from the comfort of your own phone. It's also free to use. And I know it may seem small, but just clicking the link in the description is the first step towards prioritizing your health. Taking care of your health just got easier. Head to ZocDoc.com/Bartolozzi to get started and check that appointment off your to-do list. Thank you to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
This is especially strange considering that every year there are horror stories from attendees that paint.
Oh, don't park, dude. But it's like they upprice, it's like any other fucking festival or convention or anything. Like in TwitchCon, or you know the Super Bowl, or any other fucking event, they skyrocket hotel prices and shit because they know people are there's a high demand. So the supplies are the high demand, they fucking hike prices, you know, and they premeditatively do that because they know Coachella's coming. But the car shit's the worst, man. People will be in traffic for like 7 hours trying to fucking get their camping spot, and then they'll set up some dude. The stupidest shit is like they'll rent like 9 car spots and actually set up a tent that's the size of a house for 3 days and then take it down.
It's maybe not as bad as like Burning Man, but it still has like a taste.
I feel like Burning Man, okay, well, Burning Man, there's people that like fucking tweak on drugs and run around naked. But like, I actually feel like Burning Man would be like more of a experience. Like, when you're at Burning Man, you're like, I get why we're in the middle of the desert. You know, I understand we're at Burning Man. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Then you're in Coachella Valley and fish and chips at a shitty restaurant is $35 and you're like, this city sucks. The city of Coachella is ass. That place blows. I don't know why anyone would live there.
It can get pretty crazy after all. When you put thousands of drug-filled concert goers and influencers like James Charles, remember that James Charles picture where his ass was out? Can you imagine being at a concert where James Charles is lurking around?
I will say it was weird. I didn't see James Charles when I went, but I was just like I was in the same vicinity as Machine Gun Kelly, fucking Liam from what? Not Liam. Is it Liam? Or is Liam the one that died? No, Liam died. Oh my God. Rip. Who was it? Not Niall. One Direction members. Louis. I was next to Louis. He's like 5'6". Saw Charlie D'Amelio. I felt like I was in a fever dream, man. I was like, what?
Spooky man. Yeah, that's what the locals say. The spooky man is spooky.
So many TikTokers. I was like, what? I saw Sam and Colby, or one of them. I don't remember which. I think it might have been Sam. And it's also like such a weird, dude, it feels like there's a paywall to everything at Coachella. Like, we had VIP tickets, so there's like general admission, all that area. It's most of the venues general admission. Then there's like VIP spots where you could get like drinks quicker, and there's like better food, but it's still like $80 for fucking food. And in the VIP section, you're still standing in line for fucking 10 minutes to get a drink, 15 minutes to get a drink. They don't serve shots. They only have light drinks. And it's like canned beer for, you get a fucking Heineken for fucking $20. Anyways, vodka Red Bull, $32. But guess what? They have Aperol Spritz stands. Woo! Woo! Oh, I love the taste of grapefruit and fucking bitterness in my mouth when I'm in 100 degrees and I'm dying of dehydration. Let me drink something that makes me feel like I'm a raisin. They have an Aperol Spritz stand. Woo! How fancy. Some stupid shit like that. And then in the VIP section, they have walled sections for like parties. Like they had a YouTube party or some shit. And there's like a walled section. And then outside of that, there's other parties outside of the venue that matter more than the fucking venue itself. And they have other performances there, and you need to get invites for them. And I was like, oh, could I get invited? And my manager's like, no, you have to do a shout out for this company to get invited because they have tickets. Guess what, buddy? Whoop! Whoop! I'm not going to go to that. I'm not about to shout out your stupid fucking company so I can get a ticket to a party. What is this? Dystopian ass shit. No. It's like you're in or you're out. Why do I gotta fucking do an ad so I can get into a party?
The Shadow Man.
Hell no.
That's what they call James Charles. They call James Charles.
So I could walk up and be like, yeah, I'm on the list.
The Shadow Man. All you see is a giant silhouette of like huge fucking big ass lips and a giant ass. Hi, sisters! Ah! Yeah. So, let's explore the insanity that is Coachella. The first Coachella Festival began in 1999 because its founders wanted a place to celebrate music, art, and culture similar to that of the Glastonbury Festival in the UK. I also wonder if it's also because of the Woodstock resurgence in the 90s too.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Because there was a lot of, and then the Woodstock 99, I'm pretty sure that's where people died.
Oh, God.
The lineup of the inaugural event consisted of artists like Tool and Rage Against the Machine, and attendees would spend as little as $50 for both admission and parking. You'd either
$50? Yeah, now it's like fucking $3,000.
Pay for a cheap nearby hotel to stay at during the event, or simply sleep in their cars to save a couple bucks. The venue was much smaller than it is today, but the shows were much more intimate, and people have fond memories of the earlier years where the venue was not densely packed and people could appreciate the music without social media interfering. It's kind of I feel like people go there just to get pictures now.
It's for the gram now.
I just feel myself drunk inside of a fucking porta potty.
And bless anybody using one of these during the day. Posted up Coachella porta potty.
Bro, also you hear the fucking porta potty shaking. The fucking the stage, I think it was Yuma. I don't remember the name. I think it was Yuma tent, was like actually a football field away. And the porta potty's shaking. Unless you have a private driver or you actually drove there, which you're probably not driving there because everybody's getting drunk. So it's like, you don't want to fucking drunk drive back. You also didn't rent a car. You're in the middle of fucking Coachella. When you leave, like all the biggest main artists, like Sabrina Carpenter, Justin Bieber, or like the other years, it was like Lady Gaga and fucking Green Day and shit. Like they're performing late at night. Like they're the last people, like Post Malone. And they're performing at like 11. And they're done at like 12:31. When you walk out of, you like to even get into the fucking area, you're walking like a mile. Like you get dropped off, you have to walk a mile, and now you're in the venue. I'm trying to get it. I'm really trying to like get my head into this verse right now. But it's like he's sitting there going, Bob's trying to defend Hitler's ideologies, but Stewart, on the other hand, really just wants him to be a part of the team.
The next few days moved quickly. Kevin and Bob spent their days in Hitler's war room. The Nazis were planning a surprise invasion of the Soviet Union, with a secondary goal of making contact with the minions still waiting in the ice cave. They'd follow German troops as far north as Leningrad, then travel with a specialized detachment equipped to traverse the Arctic expanse. All that was needed was for Kevin to point out the ice cave on the map. He hesitated, just for a moment, but Hitler noticed. Back at Hitler's home, he invited Kevin into his study. He commended Kevin's bravery for going on this mission, which will bring the yellow Wundervolk to the forefront of the Nazi war effort.
And keep in mind, half of this conversation is right? You have Hitler trying to communicate with a fucking minion right now, and he's just going banana as a response.
Unfortunately, he says, with sudden menace, Bob will not be joining you. He'll stay here, right by my side. Do you understand? Kevin understood. Bob would serve as collateral to make sure Kevin completed the mission.
Collateral for what? You can't kill Bob. They're invincible. They're like rubber. They have the gum power. You can't fucking hurt them. You can't threaten. What do you mean? What? So he's saying, oh, I'm gonna if you don't complete this mission, Bob's gonna get it. Bob's gonna get what?
Meanwhile, Stewart came out of his crate and into a nightmare. The Warsaw Ghetto saw nearly 500,000 Jews crammed into an area hardly bigger than 1 square mile. Nazis distributed less than 200 calories per day, with the intention of creating mass starvation. Most of the food was smuggled, and this was how Stewart proved his loyalty to the Jewish resistance. When the true purpose of the Nazi resettlement program became clear, the resistance prepared for battle. Soon, Stewart was smuggling more than food. Weapons, fuel, anything that could help the resistance. He became known as the Yellow Golem, after the tireless servant.
He could just kill Hitler! What the fuck are we talking about? This guy made an entire fucking movie. Bro, he's literally right next to him at all times. He could just fucking shoot him. What do you mean? He's like inadvertently he's doing like all smuggling and helping people. Bro, just fucking kill him.
When SS forces entered the ghetto, they were prepared. Victory was impossible, but at least this way they could go out on their own terms. In the ensuing uprising, Stewart led an effort that smuggled dozens of civilians to safety, then threw himself into battle. He burned out a German tank with just gasoline and a cigar. But in the end, the Nazis razed the ghetto to the ground. Stewart was ready to die with his fellow partisans, but at the last possible moment he was smuggled out, and into the hands of American intelligence. Now at Leningrad, long-range air...
The American intelligence chloroformed fucking Stewart. What, and brought him to Alamo to help build the nuclear bomb? Where is this story going? Where's this story going? He's going to go meet Oppenheimer?
Craft with skis were prepared for their one-way mission. Kevin noticed weapons being loaded and explosives. It was only then that he began to realize the true extent of his collaboration, and his people, his innocent, naive kin, would pay the price. He thought of Bob and felt a welling of
Kin? They're their kids? How do they fuck? How does a minion reproduce? It's budding. We had a whole conversation about this the other day. It has to be like budding. How does a minion reproduce? Minions don't reproduce in a normal way. They're essentially immortal beings that evolved from single-cell organisms at the dawn of time, with their numbers remaining relatively consistent through history, though some theories move and movie moments like Stuart turning into a chicken and laying an egg suggest unusual asexual methods of just poofing them into existence. They don't reproduce sexually or asexually. Their numbers don't grow or shrink significantly. Well, they wouldn't grow or shrink at all. They're all male. Well, they don't have penises. Why? If they can't reproduce sexually or asexually, what is the point of them having a sex? They're just minions.
They flew until the plane's tanks were run dry. When they landed, the commandos began to cannibalize the aircraft.
How do they pee? I don't know if they eat, dude. I've only ever seen them eat bananas. I've only ever seen them eat bananas. I don't even know if they eat the bananas. I feel like they just like bananas because they're yellow. I don't like where. I don't know. I need more info about minions before we go further.
The mood was grim. They had no means of return or resupply. They had to rely on the word of a minion that there would be anything at all at the location. Worse yet, a strong headwind meant they landed short. They estimated a 2 weeks trek to the cave. Kevin led them there, hating himself the whole time. He ate his last banana and thought of the absurdity
They eat bananas.
of a tropical fruit in the frozen Arctic. It took even longer than anticipated.
Kevin was pondering the absurdity of a tropical fruit in an Arctic area. Really?
Almost 4 weeks in the end. When they arrived, the commandos were half-starved. They were ready to descend on the minion village and loot it for anything edible, even minion flesh. In order to prevent mutiny, the commando leader held a gun to his second-in-command and executed him in cold blood. Kevin is sent into the ice cave alone. To be reunited with the others after all he experienced felt joyous at first, but it gave way to a deep gulf of pain and separation. The past few years left him utterly changed compared to the naive minion he was nearly 4 years ago. He took the podium and spoke of what he had
Yeah, how simple life was when they used to just serve a T-Rex.
Seen and done. He warned against blind devotion to a charismatic leader, the end result of hate.
And then they all go, papaya, papa boy. They all understand what he's saying.
Then he explained their present situation. He begged for forgiveness and rallied the minions together. When they emerged from the ice cave to greet the Nazis, they were armed. Their resistance was met with machine guns and rifles. It was shaping up to be a massacre, but the minions would no longer bend to tyrants. Suddenly, the commandos noticed a cloud of ice on the horizon, approaching faster than possible. At its center, a yellow speck. It was Stuart, but he was completely transformed. American scientists augmented him in an accelerated version of the Mega Minions program from Despicable Me 4. The order was given to fire.
I haven't seen Despicable Me 4.
But Mega Stuart was there. Bullets bounced off of his rocky yellow hide as he worked himself into a frenzy. The SS commandos could do nothing as Mega Stuart sadistically killed them, the horrors of Warsaw fresh in his mind. The leader took Kevin hostage and revealed the detonator to a bomb. He threatened to collapse the ice cave. They were standing on its roof. Mega Stuart simply reached out his arm.
They can't die! What? Don't step any further. Don't step any further or Bob gets it. Bob gets what?
Ripped the Nazis' mind to shreds.
What?
Mega Stuart simply reached out his arm and ripped the Nazis' mind to shreds. In seconds, he relived every atrocity he ever committed with such intensity his brain cooked like an egg. Several months later, Kevin effectively became the leader of the Minions, and they began construction of an impenetrable ice fortress around the cave. Minions
The Pentagon!
proved to be far more isolationist in this timeline, and the next time they exposed themselves to humanity, they would be prepared. One morning, Kevin walked in on Stuart putting on his super suit. "It's time to say goodbye," Stuart
Oh, I thought that was just his body.
explained. His American handlers needed his help on the Pacific Front, and he was duty-bound. Years later, Stuart testified at the Nuremberg
I wonder how Stuart's gonna feel about the Vietnam War in the coming years.
trials. They showed all that remained of Hitler's body,
What do you think his response is gonna be there?
just a burnt jawbone found in a bombed-out crater. On the slide, Stuart noticed the remains of a pair of goggles, cracked and blackened by heat. That was all that was left of Bob as well, he realized with mounting horror. Poor Bob, sweet, innocent Bob. It seemed he had stayed by Hitler's side throughout his final days in the Führer bunker, although rumors of a yellow creature spotted in Argentina persisted for decades. The Cold
Bob fled to Argentina to live out Nazi ideologies in a German community in South America.
War began. Stuart played an instrumental role for American intelligence. He worked alongside the supervillain known as the Bald Terror, who would later prove to be the father of one Felonious Gru. Spy satellites revealed plutonium production complex at the Minion Autonomous Oblast. But all that happened in Minions 2, Cold War. While researching this video, I was actually able to find Bob's goggles on eBay. I bought them, I couldn't resist, and I went and put them on my shelf. I can't wait to see what else goes up here. If you like this, you'll probably like my next video too, which I'm calling I Get $1 Million, but I'm hunted by a genius gorilla for life. I'm trying to make these videos.
I gotta subscribe to Mitchell Sack, bro. This guy is fucking... What video is he making? Oh my god. Hunted by genius gorilla for life. He just posted that 2 hours ago. Bro, he only has 3 videos. Oh my god. Thriving internet theory. This one from a goofy idea based on a meme to a genius alternate history thriller. Top 10 debut video. What if Mossad kidnapped Bob from Argentina to go on trial? Must be the sequel to this. The Minions served Pharaoh, Dracula, Napoleon, 3 figures responsible for innumerable deaths and enslavement. They would find absolutely zero issues with Hitler's atrocities. Yeah, I mean, like, aren't they effectively just... I mean, that's if we're going... Like, I'm just basing how I perceive Minions, how they act and how they think off of their interactions with Gru. But if you're going off of the Minion movie and how they... and who they've, you know, like, served previously... they would technically be fine with anything that anyone did. But how do you think they would find the most evil person? After him, it's like, now there's just a handful of people that are like serial killers, dictators. I feel like it has to be in a utilitarian perspective of like, who's doing the most evil worldwide? All right. I gotta piss real quick, then we're gonna... Hello, everybody, bloody good. How's everybody doing on this fantastic fucking Friday, everybody? Chat. I have a whole presentation that I made for if I was the Hunger Games game maker. We're starting out stream with a fucking presentation. We haven't done one of these since the Disney Sniffer, okay? If you don't remember that, I made a conspiracy theory that I think was pretty foundational and potentially believable, that the Mickey Mouse figure in Disney's lore actually exists, and he lives in a cage underground beneath the Orlando Disney World facility, in which he sniffs the employee underwear to make sure that they are wearing it. Now, we're not going to be getting more into that theory today. We're going to be doing something entirely different. We're going to be doing a presentation on what my Hunger Games would look like if I were a game maker, okay? If I were a game maker, what would the Joe Bart Hunger Games look like? I have 2 fleshed out ideas, 4 honorable mentions, and a questions period in which chat can ask questions. Prior to, fucking listen to my goddamn mentality, okay? I thought of these ideas. Some of them may have been thought of before. I'm not going to sit here and claim that I'm some original-ass guy, but I did not use outside resources for this. I used it straight off the fucking dome and potentially talked to my friend at 3 in the morning on a Discord call. But outside of that, all these thoughts are my own. It is time for my... Fuck, my face cam's going to be in front of all the pictures. Where do I put my... Chat, I planned this whole presentation out. Where do I put my fucking face cam? Bottom? I don't know. Bottom left? Bottom right? We're going to put chat in the top. No, we're going to put chat up here. If I were the game maker, this would be my Hunger Games. I also want to say that I own these ideas, and if they're ever used, I shall receive $1 trillion from Lionsgate or any company that uses them for a Hunger Games-based movie, theatrical, play, whatever it may be. If there's any monetary gain off of this, it is all directed towards me because I came up with these ideas. Thank you. Okay, anyways, starting it out. If you also, I didn't really, if you've never seen the Hunger Games, this is going to make no sense to you. But for the people that don't know, the Hunger Games is basically a move. Do I really need to explain what the fucking Hunger Games are? Nobody that hasn't seen the Hunger Games is going to fucking watch this. No, I don't need to explain. You know what the Hunger Games are. If you don't know what the Hunger Games are, figure it the fuck out. You've been living under a rock for the last 10 years. Type locked in. Also, I'm covering my face. That's me. I don't know why I included that, but I wanted to. Anyways, these are my games. If you haven't seen Hunger Games, you don't know what it is, fuck off. You're not going to understand anything that I'm talking about. Idea number 1. Lifelink. Now, this one I have been chefing up in the works, right? While I'm lifting at the gym, I'm thinking about this. Now, basically, the premise of Lifelink is that 2 winners will always exist, okay? If you've seen the first Hunger Games, spoiler alert, that shit came out 10 years ago, so if you haven't seen it, fuck off. Katniss and Peeta win together. They're not supposed to, right? They both threaten to eat, like, these berries that are poisonous, and then the game maker basically just allows them to win because there would either be... It's better that there's 2 winners than no winner. I like the idea of Lifelink primarily, number 1, because there's always 2 winners, and that motivates people. But number 2, it makes the games more interesting. Now, what Lifelink is, if you're reading the PowerPoint, is that both players are linked, hence the name Lifelink. So if one dies, the other dies, right? So if you, and the person you're linked to is the other person in your district, right? There's 12 districts, 13 if you look into the lore, but 12 that participate. And every district has 2 players. So if you're in District 2 and you are, I guess, chosen, the person that you are playing with will also have a device that is basically implanted and attached to their heart or aortic valve, whatever it may be. And if they die and it recognizes that they don't have a heartbeat anymore, then you instantly die, right? So it kind of forces you to have a teammate, but also gives you a teammate, right? It's a positive and a negative depending on how you're seeing it. There are a lot of downsides and a lot of upsides. We're going to get into that. This is just the first slide, right? I know some of you might be thinking, oh, what if I got Rue? What if I got Rue? Oh, shit, I would lose. Yeah, you're right? If you get partnered with a 10-year-old, you're probably going to get fucking murdered because that kid's going to get his head chopped off in the first 10 seconds, right? So maybe you need to rethink your strategy going into the games because if you are teammates with somebody that sucks, you're going to have to play around that. Slide 2. The holidays are meant for giving. It's a time of year where people spend more money than they do the rest of the year, and giving is great, but so is getting something back too. And that's what the Upside app is for, the sponsor of today's video. With the Upside app, you can get cash back on everyday purchases to places that you go very often to. There are over 100,000 different gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants that are on the Upside app, and cashback is always around the corner. People can earn 3 times more cashback with Upside than any other product, and the app is free. The Upside app has helped users earn over $1 billion million in cash back all time and helps users earn over $1 million each week. I travel a lot for content. I use Upside mainly at gas stations because I'm on the go all the time, but I also use it for restaurants when I'm out and about because I'm not going to be meal prepping and planning out grocery shopping as I normally would when I'm home. Upside helps me earn that cash back at any qualifying business that I go to. Upside has given back over $1 billion to its users. To find out what you could earn, download the free Upside app and use promo code JOEB to get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That is an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas using promo code JOEB. Thank you to Upside for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it. I liked this image. I tried to find something where there were people that were combative with each other, and I couldn't really think anything outside of 21 Jump Street with Channing Tatum and Jonah Hill, so that's what we went with. Why this would be very cool, right? Higher motivation and morale, right? Similarly to the first games, right? It feels a lot better when you're not the only one making it out of it. You have a little more motivation to survive, not only for yourself, but for somebody else, right? And it breeds new attack and defense strategies, okay? And it also, this is another point that I wanted to make. If you look at the third bullet point, it reduces the loser-ass fucks that play for the games for their entire life, right? Kato, or what was his name in the first one? Kano, what was his name? The blonde guy in the first one. Kato. Yeah, Kato was a loser, right? Kato was, you know, if you don't really know the lore of Hunger Games, the people in the higher districts are really rich. They're not so rich that they live in the capital, but they're well off. And a lot of them train their entire lives to be in the Hunger Games, and then they just volunteer, right? Instead of even being picked like people in District 12 are. Like, they want to, yeah, they're career Hunger Games people. They want to be in the Hunger Games and win for glory, for money, whatever the reason may be. And it removes that because all of these people that are in District 1, District 2, District 3 are training for themselves, okay? They're training on how can I survive. Yes, they're still going to carry over the capabilities they have as an individual to kill, right? Just like an MMA fighter would still be really good in hand-to-hand combat, but they're going to get the ball dropped on them 3 days before, right? They're not going to know that this is lifelink until, like, right when the event starts. Now, yes, the higher district people are probably still going to be at an advantage like they already would be. You can't really get rid of that because both players in each district are going to be probably pretty well trained. But it evens the playing field a little bit, right? Not to the point where, you know, it's full even, but it helps somewhat. If my lifelink partner dies, how would I die? Would I just get murdered? No, they would implant a device into your heart or next, kind of like a pacemaker, but like one that would kill you instead of keep you alive. So it would have a device that reads your heartbeat and your heart rate, and if it stops reading your heart rate, it gives you a heart attack. So you would just die on the spot. And I also want to say you can't do some baddie or whatever fucking bullshit. You can't be a coder and hack it, okay? It's going to be bulletproof, right? This is a device that can't be changed. It is linked to your heart. There's no way around it. If you're really good at wiring, you can't fucking pull it out of your chest and fucking save yourself, all right? That's loser shit. I'm going to say that right now. I don't know how we would do that, but we'd figure it out. Moving on. New attack strategies. I think I found some good images here from For Honor and Assassin's Creed, I think is the bottom one.
Prerequisite, you've done 90% of the work.
No, you haven't! What? What? Bro, you're acting like life is like a YouTube thumbnail. Like, oh my gosh. It's just like, if you're trying to date to fuck, maybe. Like, if you're just trying to get one night stand hookups and you just want to look good so people just have sex with you, you know, fine. But if you actually want to have a girlfriend and a wife, you know, and you only focus on how you look, they're not going to like you.
If you actually look good enough for someone to want to date you long term, you have surpassed 90% of men. So,
bro, I'm going to have the counterpoint, though, that, like, I mean, women get with guys, you see there's so many people, and they get judged for it. I have so many friends that even they themselves say their girlfriend's out of their league. And they're not looks maxers, right? They land that girl because the girl likes them, you know? Like, they like their personality, because the women that they're with have dated guys that maybe they would perceive as more attractive than them, right? But those guys were assholes. You know, those guys weren't treating them the way that they wanted to be treated. So it's like, I don't know. It's a fallacy, Joe. Yeah, bro. I'm not going to call him out on his I called him out on a fallacy because he called me out on one. I'm not going to sit here and say we're having some fucking actual debate. We're not debating. This is a conversation.
Then your personality matters a lot less because you're actually physically desirable. Don't you understand?
Your personality matters less because you're more physically desirable. I think in the sense of, yeah, having sex, but not in the sense of dating, you know? Like, not in the sense of, like, actually being with someone.
And that.
And they start asking for your qualifications, or they want to learn about you, and you're the most dull person ever. Because
so yes, let's make up a fake scenario.
All you care about is whether or not you look appealing. It's like, man, that's like, I don't know. It all
Strawman's of despair.
also causes so much stress within yourself, you know? The idea of having to constantly be like, I need to look this way. I need to be this attractive. It's, now you're like, you're hindering your own mood, you know? The pivot of how you feel in life is going to be how you look that day.
Well, yeah, it's increased insecurity, you know? I think, and the one thing that I will say is, I don't think, like, a lot of black pillars mean to be mean when they're talking about looks. They look at it at a very objective sense, which I understand, right? They're not like making fun of you for being ugly. They're just like, you're a 5, you know, you're a 4. Your face dimensions are fucked. But it's like, if you're somebody that's a part of that community and you're like self-criticizing yourself, it's like, wouldn't you just go day to day being like, God, I'm so ugly. My facial structure sucks. You know, nobody's ever going to love me. It's like, fuck, man. Like, now, like, you're not confident in yourself. And confidence can stem from attraction, but confidence doesn't stem from how other people find you attraction. Confidence doesn't stem from how attractive other people find you. Confidence stems from how you feel about yourself. And if people are a part of the black pill community and gaining value out of that, I'm fine with it. You know, whatever. If you are more confident in yourself, and because you're feeling like you need to do some sort of looks maxing thing, that's fine. But my concern is that, like, the self-love integrated with the idea of, like, hey, I'm so fucking ugly, my genetics suck, make you more insecure, and whatever you gain out of looks maxing in terms of objective attractiveness, you lose in insecurity, right? You might be more attractive to somebody else, but you won't hold that confidence because you're not confident in yourself.
Like, I don't know, man. And it's just like living for other people.
Black pill content. This is a group of people that believe looks and genetics are the most.
What if you're just ugly? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean if you're just ugly?
Important thing in life, and they decide how
The most important, correct. And not in life and dating.
every interaction is gonna go, which is, you know, sort of.
You were saying in life, though, because you're saying with business stuff too. And I would say this is more an argument less about dating and more about, like, hookups, right? Like, I get the argument for blackpilling if it's just like, I just want to look good so I could hook up with somebody I met at a bar, had a 10-minute conversation with, and then we fucking, you know, hooked up.
Every interaction is gonna go, which is, you know, sort of.
Well, what is it? It's like
False, that's a straw man.
it's like subhuman, sub 5, sub 3, low tier normie, high tier normie, Chad. Like, there's a ranking system in the black pill, like, community.
Correct.
Where they, like, rank what you look. And a lot of the time, they'll say that I'm, like, a normie or a low-tier normie. Like, I saw one guy do
You're a normie.
a whole facial analysis on me, and he said I was a 5.
That's not inaccurate.
He said I was a 5. And he was like, if he fixed his hair
That's not inaccurate. Yeah, no, you got some problems.
and got Greek curls, he'd maybe be a little bit better. But they'll be
Yeah, it's largely you're exposing your
My fat fucking forehead. Yes. My gigantic cranium. My head is huge. Yes. I can't wear regular hats.
overly wide neurocranium.
God, this guy's growing on me. This guy's growing on me. It's your overly wide neurocranium. Your head looks weird. Just say that. Just say that. Why are you fucking making it all scientific? Just say my head looks fucking weird.
Doesn't look good.
My chin protrudes. Your nose is fucking crooked.
like his nose is crooked, his jaw is too far out. I'm like, man,
Yeah, your jaw's too wide.
bro, I don't care. And the guys that are making those analysis videos are like threes. Like, I just, how are you gonna sit there and make all of your content
Because their looks has nothing to do with yours, idiot.
about like, hey, I'm gonna rank how this person looks?
I could look like the most greasy, ugly subhuman or a Chad. It doesn't matter.
Oh my god, bro, I hate, bro, subhuman. Like, bro, like, oh my god. Like, we're calling people subhuman because it's like, yo, you're so fucking, yeah. I get the point. I get the point. Where he's like, it doesn't matter if you're a 3 because it's about objective attractiveness. Like, a 3 is still ranking you on an objective scale knowing they're a 3. But it's just like, ugh.
I'm giving you an objective assessment, idiot. And also, it's funny, you're now referring to how they look as if that matters. So you're kind of implying the black pill yourself.
Well, I feel like it's the perceived aggression. I think I had a bad first look at the community in that, like, all the shit I would originally see was just like hate spewing about certain people and being like, oh, you're sub 3, you're subhuman. And there are people a part of the community that do that. But I think from the objective standpoint, it's not meant to be malicious. I was just kind of making fun of the people that are ugly, a part of the black pill community, that are being assholes, right? Does that make sense? Where it's like, you're not being objective, like you're ugly, and then also going on, you know, social media and just being like, this person's fugly as shit. Like the people that are in comment sections that make fun of people they deem as ugly when they themselves are 2s. It's like, why are you doing that? Like, it's like you're putting yourself on a higher, it's like you're making fun of somebody else to try and put yourself up on a higher pedestal. It's like, let me find more people that are uglier than me because that'll make me, in retrospect, more attractive objectively. But it doesn't.
When you're like literally in a basement that's wet, underground.
And what does that have to do with your face if they're in a basement that's wet, Joe? What does that have
Nothing. You're right.
to do with your face, idiot?
Just like fucking
He's called me an idiot like 30 times.
just ranking people. I'm like, yeah.
What if they're fucking sucking a dick while they're rating you? Does that not... idiot?
Just like fucking just rank.
Oh my
people. I'm like, yeah.
What if they're fucking sucking a dick while they're rating you? Does that matter? No. Idiot.
A 5. I don't care. Right? Like I used
See, no, he just broke character there. What is with, like, the fucking, like, the monotone? Show emotion. Show emotion. Why, like, he giggled for a second and then immediately, look at him lock back in.
While they're rating you. Does that matter? No. Idiot.
a 5. I don't care.
No, and then he went,
Right,
no,
like,
I gotta focus up.
I used to
Surely you don't. That's why you keep talking about it.
care so much about how I looked. And I still do fixate on certain things. Like, I fixate on my hair a lot, right? Because I do think I am going to go bald. And so that upsets me. But, like, there are days where I'll just be like, I need to do my hair. And I'll just, like, fucking leave it. So.
And the thing that makes these people so lame is that they're quote-unquote straight men who edit other men because they think they look good, or they argue about which man they think looks better in the comment section, and just bully people who aren't conventionally attractive, when I know damn well...
Well, who's the famous guy that's technically the pinnacle of, like, black
Keep pausing the video, bro.
pill Chad? Oh, my God, who is it? No, not Marlon.
You're pausing the video, too! Nah, this guy's being a cornball.
It's like a famous Hollywood actor. I don't know, man. I mean, like, this is...
Gotta prevent smile lines? No, I'm...
That's, like, one of the guys. I know, it's Ian Somerhalder. I would agree more on Ian Somerhalder than Jordan Barrett. Ian Somerhalder's a fucking hot guy. But, like, I don't know, why is he the pinnacle of, like, Chad? Because his facial structure is good? Like, it's because, oh, well, they'll say I have a negative canthal tilt, too, and that makes me look like a bitch. I'm like, Chad, this is, like,
That's something to laugh about.
actual shit, where it's like,
It is something to laugh about because I don't care. Because if you're going to fucking sit there and cry about the fact that you have a negative canthal tilt, that's only making you less confident, more insecure, and more unattractive. Like, I know I'm contradicting myself in this video, but it's contradictive to view yourself in that negative of a way because then you're going against the idea of being more attractive because you're purposefully just making yourself more unappealing because you're now unconfident in yourself.
Analyze me and be like, yo, he
I don't give a fuck, bro. My eyes are angled like that. Who cares?
looks like a bitch.
No, your biggest issues are not that.
Okay, it's like if you ever want to feel the worst you've ever felt in your life, ask somebody from the black pill community to rate how attractive you are, and they will be like, yeah, man, I think it's cooked. You're so ugly. And I'm like, God damn, man. Like the fucking standards we have.
These people behind their desk looking like this and telling me this guy's right eyebrow is bigger than his left, so he's cooked. And then proceed to tell me this is the peak.
What a brain rot, like low IQ original video as well, like with this little corny editing. It's like appealing to what, 12-year-olds?
St. Don?
Male beauty.
Yeah, man. Bro, actually, some shit that looks like you got plastic surgery.
Borak, bro. As a part of this.
Okay, and
The video, I've looked into the species. I'm a cold.
Honestly, bro, I think the biggest thing about attractiveness is how you carry yourself.
This guy can turn a 1 minute video into a 20-minute video.
Hey, that's the skill, brother. That's the skill. I might have some sort of attention disorder. I don't know. I've never been tested. that's a part of the fucking game, man. I could sit here and watch a 5-minute video for 4 hours.
And you could say this is like some glaze shit. I've seen a lot of guys that own how they dress. I think that's a big thing. What you wear changes. That's more than like
type of evil villain.
dog in fucking Mew, so I can fix my facial structure, bro. If you like good drip, and not like good drip where it's
Is that why you're wearing a fucking tank top and a shitty chain?
I need to
Shitty chain. This chain's fucking worth as much as your car.
wear what people want me to wear.
What the fuck?
I mean, yes, it matters.
Shitty chain. It's a fucking gold Cuban. What do you mean shitty chain?
But holy fuck.
That you fuck with and you like and you own it. People find that attractive.
Dude, own that fucking style, bro.
What? No, I'm not saying, yo, I'm wearing a regular ass tank top. This wouldn't be like going out clothes. I'm not going to sit here and be like, yo, I'm going to go wear this. What I think the point that I'm making is like confidence is perceived as attractive, right? And I think the black pill community would say that confidence stems from attraction. But I would argue that confidence stems from inner like belief of attraction, right? Not how other people perceive you, right? Like if you're weighing how their perspective of you, if you're weighing their perspective more than your own, then that's gonna shoot insecurity through the fucking roof, right? Like you have to care more about how you look in your own brain than how other people perceive you. And the people that you can see it, obviously, like if you're out in public, there are people that carry themselves in a way that they feel, even if they're not like, you know, chads in like the objective sense, they're more attractive because they carry themselves in a, you know, fucking confident manner.
I'm not trying to say like Adam Sandler.
Wait. Let me show you.
Danny DeVito. Oh my God. Yo, literally, Danny DeVito. Okay, yes. Yeah, I get what you're saying, where it's like, yeah, he's short, you know, the hair, you know, it's its own thing. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Danny DeVito's a 10. But, like, Danny DeVito carries himself in a way that is more, it makes him more attractive than he would be if he was not confident.
So look at him owning this shit. Fucking Mauger.
Yeah, it's sick.
Holy fuck, dude.
Like, that guy's old, but, like, Adam Sandler owns his shit. Like, that's an attractive.
Yeah, bro.
Own the fucking baggy-ass basketball shorts. He looks like a cornball. Like, he wears cornball fucking clothes, but he owns it. And so nobody cares. It's not cringe. Like, if you own your shit, people are like, fuck with that. Because
So owning your clothes, that's something in your head that doesn't even exist.
What?
That doesn't even exist. So how are other people going to sense it if it doesn't even exist?
Subconscious cues? So like how you hold yourself, right? Like how you what I mean by owning your clothes is like the confidence you carry within your style, right? Like you're dressing a way that you feel fits you regardless of how you think society perceives that fashion, right? Does that make sense? I think there are ways where it's corny, like Jaden Smith. I don't like his fashion. I think it makes him look worse. But that's like my opinion. Like some of the clothes Jaden Smith wears, it's not like, I don't know. I don't like certain things. I don't know what this is. This might have some meaning behind it that I don't know, but like, yeah, I get with this. It's like, okay, yeah, owning that's also just like, okay. But I'm saying in the sense of like non-basic, conventionally normalized clothing.
They're going to see your clothes. They're going to see your face. Are they going to see if you own your clothes? No, that doesn't even exist. Idiot.
No, but they're going to see how you're interacting with people, how you're having conversations. Are you enjoying yourself? Are you laughing? You know? Are you showing who you are at a bar versus the guy in the corner? Acting nonchalant, you know, tongue pressed against the top of his mouth. Fucking standing there. Like, bro, Like, if enjoying yourself, like, you know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, don't stop acting nonchalant, you know, like just be you, you know. I think that is attractive. Even if it's like not a physical thing, it's still shown. Your non-physical, I guess, personality traits show through physical action.
Level of authenticity, rather than trying to be somebody that you're.
People watch, bro. You see it. If you're 21, go to a bar, sit in a corner like a goblin, and just watch people. You will see more attractive guys, objectively, get less girls than guys that hold themselves in a way that is perceivably more attractive.
Oh,
People
okay.
recognize fakeness, and they don't fuck with people that are fake. And a lot of time, like, BB community people are trying to be somebody that they feel like they need to be rather than somebody that they are.
People or black people.
That's deep.
People. I've studied their behavior and learned their lingo. And
What did I say? I zoned out, sorry. I saw somebody say, what drink do you get at a bar? And I zoned out, and I was thinking about it. I mean, that also might be like a playing factor. Like, there's so many small things that, like, subconsciously register within people. So I get what you're saying, like, the physical attractive sense. It's like, that matters. But there's so many other things outside of that, too, that I would also say are prerequisites.
And a lot of time, like, BB community people are trying to be somebody that they feel like they need to be rather than somebody that they are.
people or black people.
That's deep.
People. I've studied their behavior and learned their lingo. And really, I don't like what I found. And just to be clear, black people is more
Well, you sound like a fucking moron, so we don't care.
like an extreme version of looks maxing. Not necessarily all looks maxes, but, you know, drag making that distinction. The first place I looked to study these creatures was TikTok. There's a good chance that you come across a black pill editor too. Normally what these consist of is a stitch of somebody's
No. The fucking music they use, though, is peak. I gotta say, if you see a BP edit, the video is fucking awful.
Wow, such a relatable normie take. Thank you.
But they edit it to where it's like, damn, this is, like, not convincing, but mildly interesting.
Why did that annoy him? What did I say that was... What did I say that... Like, he just, like... He, like, viscerally... had a visceral reaction to that. He got, like, mad. When I was like, oh, I like the music, he went...
Saying
something like, oh, looks don't matter. Or someone that's not seen as conventionally attractive.
Like, because it's cringe that I shared a take that is, like, basic?
Literally doing anything.
Yeah, but
Because I'm a normie. Because I'm a fugly normie. I'm a stupid chud.
kind, smart.
See, like, that's so fucking sad. Not like, this guy's a cock. Commenting that Sub-Zero looking at me, bro. Like, nah, you actually work at Burger King.
Yeah, that's a little cringe, but yeah, she looks horrible.
Bro, you work at Burger King and you don't have friends. Like, and you're sitting here commenting on people that fucking...
Apocalypse has a VIP section now.
This is me, New Year's Eve 1999. Hopped up on Shirley Temples, waving at my uncle's camcorder like a little...
Yo, Shirley Temples were the equivalent of what weed is for me now when I was 8. Like, the hype that I felt in my body, in my mind, when somebody said, we have... Like, if I was at a restaurant and they were like, we have Shirley Temples, I was like... Really? And then the lady would go, yeah, I could also give you some maraschino cherries. I'd go, really? What about a root beer float? Ooh. Oh, you said just root beer. No, root beer float, actually. Root beer float was like crack.
Maniac. But behind this wholesome family moment, I heard a lot of the adults whispering about
Y2K.
Y2K. Y2K. Will the Y2K computer bug bring about Armageddon?
Yeah, all the smooth brains. All the smooth brains. In 1999. Yeah, dude. The year 2000, all the PCs. What's going to happen? We've never... all the computers are going to glitch out. They're not going to know what to do.
Flashlights, batteries, sleeping bags were flying off the shelves.
The end of the world as we know it.
I remember thinking, why are we here if the...
I would have felt... Well, I mean, I was alive. I wasn't alive for Y2K, but I was alive for the Mayan calendar. If I was older, I would have been a little suspicious about the Mayan calendar, I must say. That would have been... Wasn't that 2012? Was when the Mayan calendar ended?
The world is supposed to end. It introduced me to a thought I think we've all had. If it really fell apart, what would we even do? What's the plan? Y2K reintroduced a Cold War era prepping mindset to a lot of people. But prepping was...
Yeah, and actual, dude, literally, you know what I hate about people that, like, whenever there's a natural disaster coming, everybody just go, natural disaster or, like, threat of doom or war, the first thing people go is, I gotta go buy milk. I gotta go buy milk. I got milk and eggs. That's what I gotta go to the grocery store.
Still looked at as something.
I gotta go to the grocery store. We're gonna eat what are we gonna do without whole milk? Yeah, and toilet paper. Toilet paper I get more because I don't want to wipe my ass with some other shit. But like, bro, I feel like if you're worried about, like, the apocalypse, you gotta buy shit that's gonna last, like, 10 years on a shelf.
For the fringe. It was niche, conspiratorial, DIY, kind of a punchline.
We are facing a communist overthrow.
Fast forward to today, and we've been through a lot. Today, 1 in 3 Americans are prepping for some kind of disaster or apocalypse, which is
That's just not, there's just no way that's true. There's just no way that's true. Over 300 million people. Chat, who here's preparing? Who here's parents are preparing for the apocalypse? Take it out of somebody. Actually be honest here. One in the chat if your parents are actually preparing for the apocalypse. I know you're not. Why is everybody saying me? What are you guys doing to prepare for the apocalypse? Actually, nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Buying a can of corn. It's gonna help you. I just think like doomsday prepping is all or nothing. If you're a doomsday prepper and you don't have an actual bunker, why are you prepping? What are you prepping for? We're fucked, right? Because it maybe the apocalypse you're prepping on, like if you think the fucking zombie apocalypse is gonna happen, you don't need a bunker, sure. But like if you're prepping for nuclear war and you don't have a 300-foot deep nuclear bunker, give it a rest, buddy. I'm fucking staring up at the nukes as they come down before I die, you know? I'm not sitting here saying I want that to happen, but what are you prepping for, bro? You're cooked. You're cooked. Unless you live in Iowa, hundreds of miles away from fucking, nuclear warhead center, you're dead, right? Like, what do you mean, oh, I have a whole basement full of non-perishable goods. Yeah, for the fucking rats to eat when you're dead. And the cockroaches, because you're not gonna fucking be here. You're gonna be incinerated.
What is now an $11 billion industry.
I'll hide in a fridge. Myth. I know it's in the Fallout show, and that's how the one guy survives a nuke. Not true. You actually die quicker. If you're in a house fire or anything where there's a large amount of heat or blast radius, you die faster in a fridge.
I spent a lot of time in the different prepping subreddits, discords.
It's like a pressure cooker. Grandparents have a ton of meals ready to eat. Guns, ammo, no homes in town I live in have basements. I wouldn't call them doomsday preppers, but they want to be prepared. That's different, right? Like having MREs and guns, that like, I feel like that you're preparing for like a government overthrow. Right? Like the way that you're describing it is like you're preparing for like a home defense situation in a scenario where there's going to be people that are, overthrowing the government and there's full collapse and now it's like every man for themselves. But like, I feel like the most likely doomsday is nuclear war. And in that sense, it's just like, why even prepare? Unless you're Mark Zuckerberg and you have a fucking $1 billion vault. Like, what are you doing? Especially depending on the state you live. I think there's a point for preparing for the apocalypse if you're far from a military base in like the Midwest. But like if you live in anywhere in the Northeast, you're dead. If you live anywhere near a big city, you're dead. You know? Like if you're like I'm a doomsday prepper and you're 50 miles away from Philly, New York City, Miami, Austin, Dallas, fucking anywhere like that, Denver, dead. You're dead.
And blogs to learn about the community.
Because they're bombing those places. DC, yeah, dead.
And their mindset that's really driving this industry. There's a product for almost every imaginable scenario, from relatively affordable basics.
What about Maine? Is there a military base near you? If so, dead. Dead. Not living. I'm saying in the actual, like, scenario where nuclear fallout causes a doomsday scenario where like the entirety of the world is like trying to survive and we go into like a nuclear winter, you're fucked. You're fucked. I have a gas mask. Oh great. That's awesome.
All the way to this.
And you're saying that there's a bunker behind this.
That'll keep you alive. That's what. But see, yo, look. Hold on.
Affordable basics, all the way to this.
That motherfucker's a multimillionaire, right? If you live in a house like this, okay, now we're getting somewhere. But now already you have a net worth of $100 million, and you live in the middle of nowhere in fucking like whatever state this is.
And you're saying that there's a bunker behind this.
Yeah.
How much does that bunker go for?
This one's about $600,000-700,000.
Change the price for the meme, bro? Come on.
We build bunkers
700 grand
for when the whole world falls apart. Bill Gates has 11 bunkers. He put one at every property he has.
Basically, I want to know, and 8-year-old me definitely wants to know, what would I need and how much would it cost me to survive the apocalypse?
Yeah, when you're starting off, you definitely want to keep preparedness simple. A lot of people just gravitate towards guns and ammo, but the focus should be on water, food, and electricity.
Bro, the way that I'm seeing it is I feel like most people prepare for like a 3-month stand, right? And then you're killing yourself in your bunker, right? Like that's how things are going. You know, like if nuclear fallout happens and you have water, yeah, you're focusing on a water supply, limited, food, limited. You have a 4-person family, cooked, right? Cooked, dead. At that point, you got to make the tough decision. I'm not like, you got to make the tough decision of either A, everybody's dying, or B, you're pulling some, what's that game that Queso played a bunch and I played for a little bit, and you're in the bunker and you send like little Timmy out to go find fucking rations? 60 seconds. Just like the thought, like if you're in a bunker with 4 people and you got, say, 6 months food supply for all 4 of you, you cut out 3 people and now you got 2 years, you know? I'm not saying you kill your family in this situation, but I'm saying, like, why prepare for the apocalypse if now you're putting yourself in the even worse situation, because now you're trapped in a bunker with your family and you're starving to death versus just getting wiped out in the nuclear blast. I'm taking the nuclear blast. What did I join into? Yeah, or you just start eating each other. Like, oh, God, no.
Products fall between $0 and $100. For water, there are things like these 60-gallon bladders, water purification tablets, and personal.
You had your friend over. When the bombs hit. You guys are in the bunker together. You got to make the tough decision. Do you eat Timmy? You know, family first. So it's like you had your friend John. Now John's in the bunker with you. It's like, hey John, we didn't really plan for you to be here.
Water filters.
You're also about $1.80 and pretty lean, man. That's a lot of calories.
Like this life straw.
Now, I could potentially chop an arm off, you know.
God damn. You know when your vape is clogged? For food, I can of course buy...
On God, that's relatable.
You know when your vape is clogged? For food, I can of course buy...
Vape's clogged, you suck really hard and put your tongue in it. Just press play. We're going to move on.
Buy big bags of rice, beans, grains, or other foods with a long shelf life. But we're sticking to products made specific.
Yo, that out of context, bro. That's actually what you do, though, to unclog it.
For disaster preparedness. And that means emergency food buckets. Okay, I feel entirely misled by ReadyWise and the marketing of this food bucket. The packaging says just add water. Bring to a boil, stirring often, and simmer for 15 to 20 minutes.
Yo, and you know that shit is straight gruel. Gruel. Have you ever seen the videos where people actually review these? I mean, I did an MRE video. That was different because that's like for military meals. These ones are meant to be like non-perishable for like 50, 100 years or some shit. I think it says 25-year shelf life. That's, yeah, up to 25 years right there. These ones are like so much worse than MREs. Like if regular food's a 10, MREs are a 7. These are like a 2.
So let's look at this.
Like it's actually just fucking it's literally just sustenance. It's just calories.
The lens of a apocalypse. How am I boiling water for 15 to 20 minutes? Now I have to build a fire in my backyard. I think this is the perfect example of...
Or in a bunker. Now you're building a fire in an open bunker because you don't have electricity.
Misleading marketing in the doomsday prepping industry.
Could you eat it dry? Like you have like ramen, but like no water to like cook it in?
This is what we're living off of during the apocalypse. Powdered milk, orange drink mix, and vanilla pudding. ReadyWise, count your days, motherfuckers. Outside of food and water, there are a few other basic prep items you'll find in this price range. A solar rechargeable flashlight, an emergency radio with NOAA weather alerts, there's a reusable respirator, and a magnesium fire starter. So far, this is how much I've spent. There are also survival kits you can buy in this $0 to $100 price range. This one has a lot of the things we just went through with some...
What are we prepping for? A fucking an expedition reset? Like, I don't understand. Like, all infrastructure to be wiped off the earth. Now I'm going chopping down trees again. Brother, what's happening? There's still stuff. Like, what are we preparing for? I don't understand. A respirator. It was The Last of Us?
Additional stuff. It's a good amount of stuff for 41.
Are there mushroom spores fucking infecting me? I don't understand. What am I prepping for? World War III. We're dead.
99, but the quality doesn't necessarily feel that great. Anyway, it turns out the stuff in this tier sells incredibly well. And since Ready.gov says I should have a 72-hour kit at home and a 24-hour kit at work, and a kit in my car, we can already see how all of this ends up costing a pretty penny for someone.
I mean, what life are we living if I'm carrying a fucking ready-to-go bag to my office job? You bring in a bag to work every day with a fucking Bowie knife and other. I mean, that's also a legality problem now because you have weaponry in your work bag.
Who becomes obsessed with prepping, and we're at the low price tier. Overall, Scott feels most of these products are
worth having for sure.
Does spending more money increase my odds of survival?
It depends on what you mean by more money.
So now we're looking at anything up to $5,000. With food, the cost scales depending on how long you're trying to be covered and how many people you need to feed. This site even has a bundle that gets us in the next price tier.
Or you pull one of those, did you see, oh wait, no, this is kind of a spoiler. Spoiler alert, the guy in the Fallout show that only bought a cryopod for himself and he killed the rest of his family. And he was like, the ticket's expensive.
For water, we start looking at larger scale and more sophisticated water filtration products. There are also larger water storage products. To communicate and stay informed, you can look at ham radios or satellite phones. Another category of products in this tier that you'll see a lot of sites selling is backup power.
We're so dependent on electrical, and the grid is kind of fragile. Most people don't do well after a few days without electricity.
A company called Jackery makes
Brother, I was doing bad with like 7 hours without electricity. I started to fucking tweak out. I was like, what do I do? Not only what do I do like with my time, I was like, bro, I'm gonna like freeze to death.
Ton of different power stations, generators, battery packs, and solar panels to recharge them all. In this tier, you'll also
Joe ain't surviving. I'm not. I think I'd survive a zombie apocalypse. I don't need to prepare for that.
Find a big market for higher-end 72.
No, I don't, because zombies are stupid, right? And I'm gonna fucking jab them in the eye with a spear.
2-hour survival kits. Beautifully organized, I'll tell you that much. This is a multi-tool. First aid core. Air filtration mask. Is this another shovel? I don't know. I feel like buying some of these things individually might make more sense than dropping $229 on this kit. When I bring up my 72-hour kit to Scott, it becomes clear that I'm thinking like a beginner, just gravitating towards a simple one-size-fits-all solution that's been really well packaged and marketed.
I do not like the pre-made kits. I think people should build their own. I believe the 72 hours is a few years ago. It's really a week. Recently in our area, Hurricane Helene came through and just wiped a lot of people out. FEMA couldn't put a dent in it.
Once you start spending more than $5,000, things start to get a little hazy. And not like, oh shit, go get the gas masks hazy. Hazy as in parts of the industry get hard to read. Let me show you. A whole house.
Like, what are they doing, bro? We have sheet metal. We have a sheet metal bunker, bro. What is this? This was probably during World War II, but I'm like, what are we? Dude, you're dead.
Gas masks hazy. Hazy as in parts of the industry get hard to read. Let me show you. A whole house generator, for example. Drive through suburbia and you'll see a lot of houses with them. Installing a Generac on your house could easily run you 15 grand. Or whole house water filtration. Something like a Culligan system could easily run you up to 10 grand. Depending on where you live, you could install motorized hurricane shutters or impact-resistant windows. If you're somewhere prone to flooding, you could have floodgates or even a custom-engineered seawall if you live by a body of water and have the dough. If you live somewhere with wildfires, you could get ember-resistant vents, fire-resistant siding, or roof shingles. If you're somewhere with earthquakes, you could get a seismic retrofit for your house or a base isolation system, which could really cost you a pretty penny. All of this stuff would increase the value of your home, and some of it—
This isn't an apocalypse. This isn't an apocalypse prepping. This is a natural disaster prepping, which could lead to an apocalypse. But like, I'm gonna install floodgates on my fucking house? What are you doing?
Could even reduce your insurance premiums. So some of the prepping in this tier blends right into home improvement or fortifying your home. But if we're talking about the worst case scenario, end of days, the collapse of normal day-to-day life, the prepping subreddits refer to this as shit if hits the fan, or Teotwaki, the end of the world as we know it. In that—
Bro, why do we have a fucking abbreviation? Teotwaki? Oh, you prepared for Teotwaki? Bro, just say the end of the world.
The end of the world as we know it.
Why as we know it? Because the world's not ending, but the modern society is.
In that situation, most of these things wouldn't necessarily be helpful. A whole house generator is tied to propane or natural gas. In an apocalypse, you'll eventually run out of fuel. So you have to buy bigger and more robust solar and battery systems than we saw in the previous tier. And
if nuclear war breaks out, the sun's blocked! If the fucking Yellowstone fucking geyser volcano explodes, there's no sun! The sun's gone! Where are we gathering solar energy?
And your local water treatment facility isn't going to be up and running, so your whole house water filtration system is going to be useless. If you're prepping at this level, you probably have very little trust left in the government, infrastructure, or even your neighbors. And that can send you even further down the rabbit hole to the point where you want to isolate. I've read that Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, Mark Andreessen, Steve Huffman, and Reid Hoffman all allegedly have doomsday bunkers, which definitely pushes us to the next price tier.
These days, digital preparedness can be just as morning brew, or click the link in the description. Okay, back to prepping for the apocalypse.
If you Google—
Joe's being pessimistic. This is a video that is about people that are pessimistic. This is literally the actual raw example of pessimism. People that think the world is actually going to end.
Doomsday bunker, the top result is— and so that's where we are right now. We're at Atlas Survival.
Atlas Survival Shelters. Just shipping containers. I need to see how thick— if that shit ain't 3 fucking feet thick of steel, I'm thinking that that's breaking.
Shelters in Sulphur Springs, Texas to meet Ron Hubbard. These bunkers can range anywhere from $25,000 up to $25 million. The question I have is, what are these bunkers—
Bro, $25 million for a bunker, bro.
—protecting me from that the lower cost products weren't? We're gonna go find out. Ron, pleasure to meet you finally. I'm James.
Yeah, hey.
Good to meet you.
What's that for?
I'm gonna have my own line of swords. It's a zombie sword for chopping your way out through zombies. What I'm selling is a feeling that—
He's building a zombie sword?
through zombies. Line of swords. It's a zombie sword.
Bomb shelter business is booming. This guy's literally the fucking head. What's the dude that in Vegas that prepared for the end of the world in the Fallout show? That's this guy, Ron Hubbard. Not Burger in Vegas, Mr. House.
It's a zombie sword for chopping your way out
This is Robert House.
through zombies. What I'm selling is a feeling that you are going to be a survivor. Imagine being on the Titanic and you know that one boat is designated for you and your family.
What types of events would these bunkers protect you from?
We emphasize that our bunkers are built to be NBC proof.
Chat, if you're on the Titanic, I think this is a question for the men. If you're on the Titanic, are you staying off the ship till the end? I'm not gonna take a woman or child's place on a boat. However, I'm getting off that fucking boat. I'm getting off that fucking boat. I don't know how, but I'm getting off that boat. I'm a minor, I would go first. Okay, let me say this. If in the Titanic, when the boats were sinking, I'm assuming the chatter that just said that, you're probably like a 16-year-old man. You're not getting on the boat. They're kicking your ass off. Right? If you walk up to the lead guy that's shuffling women and children onto the boat and you go, "Well, I'm 17, can I?" They're kicking your ass off, bitch. You got to find your own way off that fucking boat. You know what I mean? Like when they say like women and children first, they mean women and like toddlers. Like you got to be young for them to be like, okay, yeah, I'll let you off.
Which means nuclear, biological, and chemical. So you could go in there for any reason, including tornadoes, hurricanes, or even a civil unrest or people driving around trying to shoot holes into your house.
And now it was time to go see one.
A builder is building 86 houses. He's decided every single house will automatically have a movie theater in it that will also be a bomb shelter.
I mean, now we're just living in luxury. This isn't even a fucking... We got a movie theater. We got a movie theater in the shelter. I feel like if you're gonna spend millions of dollars on the shelter, just make the shelter your house. So in that sense, I kind of get it. Like, just have a piece of property and have your house be the bunker.
Ron's bunkers have become popular because
like live underground.
They're dual use. Everyday luxury on the surface, doomsday bunker when shit hits the fan.
Let's go.
Okay, so Ron had told me we were going to see a finished $700,000 bunker, but unfortunately, that's not the case. He brought me to a new construction, though, that's apparently going to sell for $1.6 million. And part of this construction, right by that dirt mound over there, is a $700,000 underground luxury doomsday bunker. Let's go check it out.
Can I say, shouldn't you put it a little more underground? Like, we're right on the dirt surface, you know? Is this the roof? I feel like it should be like, you know, 8-10 feet under, like a little over the water table.
$100,000 underground luxury doomsday bunker. Let's go check it out.
Now, remember, I'm going to give you footage of a finished one that you
can it's pretty deep.
Edit it in, okay? This one's got 9-foot ceilings. This is the stage that will go back in that corner. This is a gun cabinet. It's a remote control gun cabinet. This will come down. It's got a roll shutter. So this is a bunker man cave movie theater. This is the escape tunnel. This way, if the person in the bunker feels like they're worried about being trapped in the bunker, it gives them a secondary means of egress. What we have here is a full kitchen. You got room for a full-size fridge. You got granite counters, stainless steel microwave, stainless steel sink, plenty of cupboards, and overhead shelving. Okay, so this is the one and only bedroom in here. There will be the NBC air filtration system will be mounted in this room. There's also a closet with access to the plumbing and all the water tanks.
Custom built.
Where's the room where they start eating each other after they run out of food? Is that also part of the man cave where they're watching Home Alone for the 15th time during the apocalypse? And there's no real relevance to those movies anymore because the world's ended.
Bunkers like the one we just saw is only one part of...
So watching Kevin McAllister try to stop the two thieves that are breaking into his house on Christmas no longer really has the same oomph that it used to.
Ron's business. He also sells prefab bunkers that are made at his headquarters and then installed on site.
Okay, this is a 72,000 square foot factory that does all the welding, fabrication, finishes out the interiors of the bomb shelters.
They do look sturdy. I will say that.
All right, this is a prefabbed bunker here at the Atlas facility. Not too bad. How would you describe your customer?
I get a lot of people that are 55, 60 years old. They just sold their company. They want to
near the end days anyway, buddy. I mean, why are we even prepping?
Buy a ranch in Texas. And
60 years old? I mean, dude, the world ends. It's already, you know, I'm just calling it quits there. If I'm 60 years old and the nukes start dropping, it's just, you know, whatever. You know, it was a good run.
They want to have a secret bunker with a secret passage. Whoever's sitting in the White House affects the...
For their family? True. Valid point.
So Trump is absolutely horrible for business because the customers that buy the bunkers, a lot of them are Trump supporters, and they feel safe with Trump in office.
And he's not afraid to name drop.
For Zuckerberg, for an example, it's not really any bigger than what I'm doing for the Tate brothers right now. I'm building them a 2,000.
He's building a fucking bunker for Andrew and Tristan Tate.
300 square foot bunker in Romania. I just sold a bunker to one of Trump's right-hand people. I did 2 bunkers for one of his cabinet members.
That's bad news. Pause. Why are we glancing past that? Hold up. Somebody that personally is a right-hand man to Trump's buying a bunker right now from you? That's not good.
6 months ago.
Throughout this time that I've been here today, Ron's phone has been ringing off the hook. So clearly, he's very busy.
Yeah, hello? Hello? Atlas is Ron.
as the fucking supreme leader of Iran in the Ayatollah just got murdered.
We make.
When was this video made? 9 days ago. Also, W Channel, by the way, Morning Brew. My God, this video is interesting.
Bomb shelters.
You go down there and make love in it.
Yeah, Atlas. Atlas is Ron.
But what I'm going to show you here is my magnets. Last year I did 340 days in hotels. So it means I spent 25 nights in my own bed. But that is what the job calls for. So my clients call, I travel.
Overall, this is a very impressive business that Ron has built. He might be a little out there, but whatever he's doing is working. Beyond bunkers, there are a slew of other very expensive doomsday solutions in this price tier. High security compounds, remote land with airstrips, armored vehicles, $25 million bunker membership.
This is what I see as a foolproof bunker, okay? When I see somebody prepping, I think it's this or nothing. Like an actual Fallout Warzone-based shelter in the middle of nowhere.
There's a company called Safe that engineers some of the most impressive stuff you'll see in this space. Like a fortress in America that has a moat with cannons that can shoot flammable liquid onto the moat to light it on fire. The compound has multiple tunnels leading in and out, and one of them can be activated to basically act like a giant microwave. Wild stuff. All right, well, that's the end of the day with Ron, and that was quite the experience. Let's just say I'm not surprised the guy that's the king of luxury doomsday bunkers operates the way he does. It's hard for me to say what my takeaways are. I'm kind of torn, to be honest. Obviously, Ron makes a compelling case for bunkers, but Scott sees things differently.
I'm not a pro bunker guy unless they are for tornado shelters. They require constant attention, maintenance, intervention. Bunkers are easy to disable as well. If somebody finds your bunker, you're not getting out of it. They're not where you should.
Oh, what? Like they'll just block you in. You'll never be out. You'll never be able to leave.
Your money when it comes to preparedness.
So why do you think people buy them and spend ridiculous amounts of money on them?
Because they have ridiculous amounts of money to begin with. You've opened up a big can of worms here.
Yeah, like why do they have like cubicles in this shelter? What are we doing on a fucking Mac on a Mac computer right now?
To begin with, you've opened up a big can of worms here, James. What is that?
So to bring it back to my core question, how much do you think it would realistically cost me to survive the apocalypse?
About $1 million. No, I'm just kidding. So I don't think I could throw a dollar amount at surviving the apocalypse. So let's come up with a realistic scenario and how much it would cost to mitigate against that. Can we do that?
My follow-up was, is that even a fair question?
Okay. I do believe that you should prepare, that everybody should prepare for the scenarios that you've already seen happen in your life, the likely scenarios.
So it looks like no amount of money will truly save me or you in an apocalypse or doomsday scenario. It might buy you time, it might make things a little more comfortable, but there's no product, bunker, or system that guarantees survival when everything completely falls apart. If I got
that one guy, not Ron Hubbard, the other dude, seemed a lot more about like natural disaster preparedness versus actually getting ready to fucking survive a nuclear blast.
Plus the bunker, this is how much I would have spent. Overall,
$739,000.
I would have spent. Overall, I think the industry has seen so much growth because there's been a convergence of disaster preparedness and doomsday prepping. Disaster preparedness is backed by governments, insurers, and utilities. It's boring, practical. Doomsday prepping has always been culturally fringe. It's individualized. But climate disasters are more frequent, power grids are less reliable, insurance is retreating in certain areas, the pandemic was a wake-up call, and governments are increasingly telling people to be more self-sufficient in an emergency. Now there's a middle ground made up of average people like you and I who don't want to rely entirely on institutions, but still want to be prepared for when something goes wrong. How far someone goes and how much they're willing to spend is defined by how likely they think that disaster they're prepping for is, or how paranoid they are about it, if it's more on the extreme side.
And yes, there are definitely companies and products that take advantage of escalating fear and paranoia. Like I said before, we have been through a lot, and we're all just a little bit more uncertain. So, in my opinion, prepping didn't really go mainstream. It just got rebranded. Ron, what do you...
Yeah, I think that, like, a lot of these businesses are obviously going to be like, oh, you need... Like, you can't really take Ron's word alone. Because obviously he has a financial incentive to go, hey, the apocalypse could happen at any moment. You need to have a fucking bunker. Because, like, he makes money on bunkers. Like, if they're making money from the business, you have to take, like, what they say, you know, in some level of validity, but also, like, recognize there's an incentive for them to give you that information.
Learnings, and even there's like a humor section here so that they affect.
Yeah, it says something about same-sex marriage. I'm assuming North Korea doesn't like gay people.
Effectively become the same person to squash individuality. There's even a cooking app which guides you through how to make traditional North Korean cuisine. And all of these more official looking apps, they open by first showing you a famous quote from one of their leaders, which so feels like something you'd see on the loading screen of a dystopian video game, but this is real life. And then there's also just a ton of games to play.
Oh my god, ton of games to play. This shit looks like it was made by ChatGPT yesterday. That looked like some shit I would have played in like 2008.
Most of them feel pretty simple, with a big emphasis on offline play, which is true for the whole phone experience. It's actually wild how much we've been able to show and do, and that's all no doubt because the internet situation in North Korea is so sketchy. So crazy amount of stuff on both of these phones. But there's a very good reason for that. See, getting new apps is not as easy for North Koreans as it is for us. They have an app store. You can download apps on your own, but, and I can't actually quite wrap my head around how this is the reality, you can't open those apps until you've taken your phone to an in-person store where they will authorize them for use and download the necessary back-end data for them to function. And believe it or not...
What? So if you want to download an app to use it, you have to basically redo like a background check at like a physical fucking phone store for them to like give you access to play fucking Flappy Bird.
There's an extra wrinkle that comes with this. Your apps in North Korea expire. So this one here is telling me it's...
Oh my god, you have to get renewed access to use an app. Oh my god. Do you have to pay? Is that money?
Run out, and is basically asking if I want to pay for 6 months or for 12 months for a bit of a discount. Effectively making...
Oh my god! Don't let EA get their hands on this. Don't let EA get their fucking hands on this. North Korea's charging people to use an app. They have a paid subscription service for like a fucking free thing. Like, so like just a regular app you would use on your phone.
Free app, a paid subscription. Even ones you would not expect to be, like the laws of North Korea. Bearing in mind, North Korea is one of the poorest countries in the world, with its national income per person being just 3.4% of that of South Korea.
Then how are they buying phones? This has to be solely restricted towards like the top 5% of North Koreans. Like I could see the average not the average North Korean. I could see like a middle like not middle class. I want to say the median North Korean individual by income having like a pager where they have like a phone that like is so restricted. It's basically just like a flip phone where they can call like 4 people. And it's like how they talk to their boss or like if the government needs to send them a message or something. Like I could see that, but I feel like this is just not, no one has this.
Concept of being able to sustain a large library of apps is a luxury that very few will be able to afford. And that's assuming you...
Oh my god, imagine you have to pay to use settings. Sorry, your settings subscription expired. You have to pay us $40 to use the settings app.
You can even afford the phone.
But we already uninstalled it because you didn't pay for it. So now you need to go in person to get settings reinstalled. You didn't pay to use the App Store, so you can't download apps. You need to pay us to be able to use the app to apps to get the App Store. Well, here's the real conundrum. The App Store app got deleted off your phone. So even if you did go in person, you wouldn't be able to reinstall it because they can't re-download the App Store. You just should have paid for it. So your phone's basically a brick. You're going to need to buy a new one.
Did find a way to sideload your apps without going to a physical store for that authorization, or if you found a way to get around the app expiration system, which we realized.
Do you think you have any North Korean viewers? No. We're 16 minutes into this video, and you just asked whether or not you think they have YouTube?
As you could temporarily do just by changing the date on your phone to an earlier one. There's a very important reason.
Wait, you could jailbreak the phone, huh?
That's assuming you can even afford the phone in the first place. Now, even if you did find a way to sideload your apps without going to a physical store for that authorization, or if you found a way to get around the app expiration system, which we realize you could temporarily do just by changing the date on your phone to an earlier one, there's a very important reason.
I would be fucking mortified to do that as a North Korean citizen. My God. No, I'm fucking following the rule book by the fucking book, dude. Oh my God. You have a North Korean iPhone, you're like, oh, they want me to pay to reuse this. What if I just change it back a year and redo my subscription? You just hear your phone just starts going, I'd chuck it in a river.
Why you might not want to try that in North Korea. And it's called Red Flag. Red Flag is an underlying layer of surveillance software that appears on all phones sold in North Korea. We know it exists because we can see the effects of it, and I'm told older versions used to be really easy to see and get around, but in these newer phones, Red Flag is now baked into the lowest level of the Android software, making it almost untraceable and impenetrable. Plus, it blocks off developer settings, which you can normally unlock by tapping this build number several times, meaning that it stops you figuring out what is really going on behind the scenes. But the idea of Red Flag is to persistently make sure that what you're doing on your phone is legitimate. So every file, every app, every photo that you take has a digital signature, a record that signals to the phone
you
where...
just start fucking snapping pictures of your butthole, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. There's just one guy at a big fucking he's at like a fucking huge monitor screen in North Korea, just like monitoring everybody's phones. He's just like, dude, what's this one guy doing?
that file originated from.
Holy fuck.
Red Flag makes sure that
they like come flag you down. You're like, dude, I don't know. I thought I had like an abscess or something.
the only files or apps that can be opened on these phones are either ones with the North Korean government signature or a self-signature, which is files that originate from the phone itself, like photos from your camera. Anything else originating from anyone else won't have an approved signature, and so will not open. It'll just get automatically deleted by the software when it's sent to one of these phones. Now,
oh, so you're not in trouble, it'll just remove it.
That doesn't seem to have stopped people from trying to get unauthorized content to work. There was an extensive report from Martin Williams and Niklaus Scheiss, which goes into how some would try to skirt the system by opening foreign files via the phone's web browser. But now that the signature checks are happening on a deeper device level, it can pick those up. It doesn't work. Or there was a Daily NK report last year that mentioned while North Koreans couldn't store outside videos on their phones, they could insert SD cards containing the material into their phones instead. However, there is one final, very sinister surveillance feature, clearly designed to deter any attempts at this. These devices, both of them, will take periodic screenshots as you're using them.
I thought that was the red flag thing. What the fuck? Am I stupid? That's what I thought he was just talking about. Like that it was just showing times and you couldn't click on it. Isn't that what it is?
See these screenshots being taken in the same way that you'd expect to. But you know it's happening because I can actually show you the folder where they're being stored. I can see this has actually been taking screenshots today while I've been recording this video. The frequency of the shots seems to vary, but it's many times per day. And the most alarming part.
Yeah, that is very... Do you think it's on a random timer or what? Because it was like an hour and a half, like a day. Oh, wait, no. I'm looking at it backwards. Wait, am I? I feel like this isn't organized. It looks like it could take it every like 10 minutes or every 5 hours.
Many times per day. And the most alarming part of it is all you can do is look. You can't click on them. You can't check them. You can't delete them. Now, whether the phones are sending those grabs over the intranet to the government continuously, or if they're just used when an official has doubts about you and wants to specifically confirm their suspicions, it's anyone's guess. But would you want to risk it in North Korea? Based on accounts from people who've escaped, this is a country which, since at least 2020, has had a law that spells out distributing and even just watching South Korean entertainment is punishable by death. People who distribute...
Bro, that... Watching like Squid Games, it would give you would get the death penalty. Watching Squid Games, they would kill you. Like, that is a crime that not like you're a serial killer that murdered fucking 15 people. No, sorry, you watched an anime. Now you die, and your family's getting thrown in a camp.
This content are tried alongside drug criminals. It's considered the same tier of crime, which says a lot about the priorities of the regime. So it really feels like every part of these devices, from the words you're allowed to type to the videos you're allowed to watch, are designed to reinforce a single narrative. North Korea is superior, foreign influence is dangerous, and everything you do is being watched. It makes me very grateful for how easy tech is made for the rest of us.
Is this an ad? It's an ad. Yo, I was gonna say, that's wild, though, that they're charging $1,000 still. Like, they're charging the price of an iPhone for something that does 1/30th of what an iPhone does. Anyways, that was a fun video to watch. Next. What if the Minions served Hitler during World War II?
What if during World War II, the Minions picked Hitler as their evil master? Minions are compelled to serve the evilest master they can find, but they were exiled to an ice cave in the Arctic after serving Napoleon. Now, canonically, they reemerge in 1968, conveniently...
Yeah, they do that, conveniently skipping World War I and II. Shocker. Illumination Entertainment. Huh. Why did you skip the 1940s? The minions were just missing during World War II? Huh.
Skipping the 2 world wars. But what if we didn't let them off the hook that easy? What if they reemerged in 1938 instead? How could 3 small minions change the course of history?
No way this guy's going to make an in-depth video about if the minions served Adolf Hitler.
From their...
Who did they serve in 1968 canonically? Who was the evilest person then? Gru? I gotta say that as well. We gotta take everything with a grain of salt. We're gonna lean into the fucking actual historical accuracy of canonical minions. Because, yeah, Pol Pot, Fidel Castro, the minions resurfaced in 1968, served a few people, and then went, hey, we're gonna go with Gru. In modern day, but they live on Earth. And they have history. Gru's the most evil guy. Who's the most evil person alive right now? Dude, they'd be serving Kim Jong-un. They'd be serving some fucking dictator that's fucking starving their people. Get out of here. They're going to be serving Gru. I'm going to steal the moon. I'm going to steal the moon. Oh, really? That guy's chopping kids' heads off. Stealing the moon, chopping kids' heads off. What? What? I mean, maybe, are the minions looking at it at a utilitarian perspective where if Gru shrinks and steals the moon, that stops ocean tides and overall would turn into the, fucked rotation of Earth and kill all humans? Is he thinking... Are the minions going, in depth right now to, hey, if Gru steals the moon, the adverse effects of stealing the moon would result in the death of all humans? I feel like that would be, maybe where they're going.
Ice cave in the Arctic, the minions trekked south into Soviet territory.
Wait, what?
From their ice cave in the Arctic, the minions trekked south into Soviet territory. In St. Petersburg, they learned of Hitler from a Soviet newsreel while huddled inside a theater for warmth. The film warned of a power-hungry dictator threatening freedom and peace, the perfect traits for an evil master. When they reached Nuremberg, the minions immediately knew they were in the right place. Posters with Hitler's face on it were plastered everywhere. Swastikas were hanging from every building. The streets were packed with cheering Germans. For them, No.
Wouldn't the minions immediately just get clipped and murdered in World War II times? Because the army would just be like, who the fuck? Oh, wait, no, they're immortal. They can't die. They can't die. It's hypothetical? No, because they can't die. Minions canonically, I'm pretty sure, I don't think they reproduce. I think there's like a given number of them, but they're invincible, yeah.
They were in the middle of a military parade. The minions are quickly arrested. While in prison, they caught the attention of Heinrich Himmler. Himmler was the head of the SS and deeply obsessed with the occult. He claimed that the master race came from Atlantis and believed that SS soldiers had reincarnated warrior souls. The minions spent the next 18 months in—
He fucking believed that? Heinrich Himmler thought that the soldiers that were serving him had reincarnated souls from Atlantis. Like, I don't know which part of this is historical and which is, like, you know, panning into, we're talking about the minions here.
During Nazi experimentation and torture. After cruelty proved ineffective and vivisection impossible, attempts at communication were made. Picture cards and gestures eventually revealed the minions' mission. Himmler made a phone call. Mein Führer, he said. I believe I have found the origin of the master race. Gain the favor of their emissaries, and the war is won. Hitler is skeptical, but the evidence from the minion torture trials was indisputable. By now, the war was in full swing, and not—
Minion torture trials? What, so they started fucking, like, cutting up the minions and they just had no reaction? I always assumed a minion would be, like, elastic. Like, you could kind of punch a— you could grab a minion and squeeze it to, like, a compressed cube and let go, and it would just, like right back to what it looked like prior. Like, they can't— you can't cut it. Like, their skin's impierceable. You could shoot them. Nothing would happen. They're kind of like rubber creatures. Put subtitles on. Hard of hearing. Okay. I'll put yes, I will put subtitles on for this video.
Nazi forces had experienced their first major defeat at the Battle of Britain. They had to exploit any possible advantage. And so, the minions became Hitler's constant companions. While living at Hitler's residence—
I mean, honestly, if we're really going into, like, the canonical abilities of minions, if you have the minions on your side, you physically can't lose. Like, you can't stop them. You couldn't stop a minion.
The minions were subjected to a constant stream of Nazi wartime propaganda, which they understood as movie nights. They'd get fitted for tiny uniforms, and soon literally be marching in lockstep. They deliver speeches at rallies and feel the rush of the loyal, ecstatic crowd's adoration.
I'm gonna say, though, like, aren't the minions more serving of evil masterminds that kind of have, like, idiotic ideas? Like, I'm going to destroy the sun! Not, I want to eradicate an ethnic group of people. You know? Like, I don't think the minions would really get behind the vibe of Adolf Hitler. Just off of my watching of, you know, Despicable Me 1, 2, 3. I don't think that I think they would see what's going on and then go, ugh. I don't know.
They toured the country, accompanying Hitler to demonstrations of the latest—
Stealing the moon was idiotic. Yes. That's like a kid's idea of something that's evil. Like, that's the minions serve childish evil ideas. Like, if you asked a 5-year-old, like, what's something really evil? They'd be like, I'm going to eliminate soda, which would actually probably benefit society, you know? Like, they would say something stupid like that because it's a kid's movie and the minions are dumb, right? The 5-year-old isn't going to be like, well, I would get rid of this group of people.
Wunderwaffen, like Heavy Gustav, the largest gun ever fired, even to this day.
They served Napoleon, true.
It shot shells the weight of 2 pickup trucks at targets over 20 miles away. It was pure catnip for the minions, who were seeing a fully mechanized superweapon for the first time. That night, the minions came to a consensus. They would contact their people and introduce them to their Führer. It was during a demonstration of a futuristic jet fighter that Stuart's eye began to open. Bored with the technical details, he wandered off, away from the spotless showroom full of sycophantic Nazi scientists. He opened a door to the production line and was hit with a wave of hot, acrid air. Rows of haunted eyes looked up at him from dirty, gaunt faces. They were forced laborers, brought in from occupied territory. Stuart's heart plummeted. Was this the fate that awaited his kin? These men weren't minions, they were slaves. German guards descended on them with their cudgels, and Stuart could bear no more. He looked away. The other minions were reluctant to believe what Stuart had seen. Worse, Bob began to defend Hitler's actions. He was young, impressionable, his head full of ideas like patriotism and loyalty. Stuart begged the others to flee with him, but Bob refused, and Kevin wouldn't leave him behind. During a state dinner, Stuart slipped away and hid inside a shipping crate destined for Poland.
I can't believe I'm actually watching this right now. Like, can I say, this is like hard to even get guys that have the natural potential to want to do this, because the downsides are like dying young, being paralyzed, like just for the straight up feat of, you know, lifting the heaviest weight. It's like hard to convince people to do that.
The average person, oddly enough, has an ape index of 1, meaning their reach is about the same as their height. But if you want...
Really? I would assume most people have longer... I have longer arms than my height. Like, my wingspan is probably like 2 inches more than how tall I am. NBA players are much longer.
As their height. But if you want to be able to comfortably wrap around 400-pound sandbags and lock deadlifts out on your kneecaps, then you need a build that is actually more similar to swimmers, climbers, and MMA fighters. Michael Phelps is reported to have an ape index over 1.05. John Jones and heavyweight Sergey Pavlovich both have ape indexes that are on the order of 1.1. And at the far extreme, you have Stuart Jamieson, who deadlifted 286 at 60 kilograms. Because
286 at 60 kilograms. Why are his arms just extremely fucking long?
As is evident here, torsos just get in the way. Even if taller people tend to have a higher ape index, the odds that we get a 7-footer with a John Jones-like wingspan is...
Yeah, doesn't John Jones have like a 7-foot wingspan, but he's like 6'6"? No, John Jones is 6'4". John Jones wingspan. John Jones is 6'4" with a 7'1" wingspan. Oh my God. He could probably touch his kneecaps standing upright. He is 6'7"? No, I don't think he is. It says he's 6'4".
Going to be about 1 in a billion. Now you might think that's a long shot until our doc here puts his online biomechanics degree to use. Now you might be crying, but what about my overhead press? In strongman, that's not really much of a concern. Overhead pressing is 1 out of 5 to 7 events typically, and the biggest pressers in the sport haven't typically had very short arms. Hathor was actually one of the best pressers because sheer brute mass is such a big driver of pressing.
Oh yeah, his arms are longer. He has a bigger range of motion, but he also has more potential for muscle to be on his arms.
Strength more so than just leverages. And that brings us to the next important piece. We've got our frame. What about the materials? There is one mammoth of a mutation that gives immediately more muscle mass, more muscle fibers, and more strength to anybody who happens to possess it. When the MSTN gene is
3 balls. Oh.
Completely knocked out, you get 60 to 100% more muscle mass and 50 to 70% more absolute force production. Now, while we've seen this in mice, we've seen it in cattle, we've even seen it in breeds of dogs, it is extremely rare in people.
Oh my God. Is that a greyhound?
The one case study that we have is a child that was born in Germany in 2004.
Brother! I mean, thank fuck they blurred it, but still.
Okay, so far we've got selective breeding to guarantee our guy's going to be over 7 feet.
All right, so he's saying there's a mutation that you could have that increases muscle growth potential. Bro, that was like a fucking picture from like the 1920s.
Tall. We got the limbs cracked and reset, and we genetically edited.
Yo, editor, fucking full blur that shit too. He blurred it, but I feel like he could have fucking blurred that so much more. I know he was trying to show the leg muscles, but still.
This freak so that they are just double muscled like crazy. Yeah, I think he's ready. Let's see what we
It's called the Hercules gene. Eddie has it.
Got here. Oh no. Who could have saw that coming? I wonder if God also feels like he's in a permanent game of whack-a-mole. Grab some more duct tape, we're not done. You don't need genetic modification or a time machine to go back and swap out your parents in order to get jacked. You just need a proven training template and the means to personalize it to you.
Is this an ad?
If we want bones and tendons durable enough to handle the immense forces that we're going to put our boy under.
Was that an ad?
It's on autopilot. Forces that we're
Fuck!
We want bones and tendons durable enough to handle the immense forces that we're going to put our boy under. We can't just crank up bone production. Just like with giantism and even PED use, the geometry of the tissues gets all messed up. So even though there's more of it, it's actually weaker. It's kind of like using more steel to build a bridge shittily. Now there's a handful of genes that can show improvement here.
That's what I do in Polybridge. It works every time.
You have the COL5A1 rigid variant. You have the TNC variant, which shows enhanced adaptation under load. And you have the LOX variant that increases stiffness 20 to 30%. Now, since we're just picking genetic types like they're paint swatches at Home Depot, we might as well grab a few for insertion depth as well. The further down...
Bro, but here's the thing. Like, you ever made a guy like this? He's not going into strongman. He's joining the fucking NFL. He's going to be a fucking O-lineman or a linebacker. He's going to be a fucking monster. And he's just going to hold fucking 4 guys back at once because he's going to be fucking 450, not even fat. You probably get him like 500 pounds plus. And he's just going to fucking stand there and they're not even going to be able to move him.
A tendon inserts, the greater leverage it has on that limb. So the same amount of muscular contraction is just going to lift more weight. But when you take that out to the extremes, the top 2 to 3% of the population, they may have a 40 to 50% difference in lever advantage. If you're looking at a freak of pound for pound strength and they don't have obvious leverage advantages on the lifts, it's highly likely that the advantages are hidden in tendon insertions. Apply this to the immense amount of mass that our boy's 7.5-foot frame is capable of holding, and we've got a recipe for some truly alien shit. But now we're at the point where we have to ask if the bones will even be able to handle this amount of force.
Yeah, he picks up a 2,000-pound weight and he just fucking shatters he literally shatters his femur. His like entire body just collapses.
Normal cortical strength is 200 megapascals, and that's in an untrained couch potato. That means that your fat cousin's femur could support a small sedan before snapping.
What? An untrained person's femur could support the weight of a car?
Couch potato. That means that your fat cousin's femur could support a small sedan before snapping in half. To put this in perspective, Neanderthals were estimated to be at 1.8 grams per centimeter cubed in their bone density, which is 30 to 40% denser than elite human athletes. These estimations are higher than Brian Shaw's bone density, which was
yeah, just an average fucking Neanderthal, bro. Oh my God. Do you think, like, I know the highest Neanderthal percentage DNA in a person is probably, like, less than 1%. But do you think that plays a factor in strength? Who has the highest Neanderthal DNA recorded? Individuals of East Asian descent generally have the highest proportion of Neanderthal DNA, followed by European ancestry. The highest percentage somebody has is around 3%.
Estimated to be 5 sigma, or 1 in a few hundred million. But all isn't lost for humanity. There is still some genetic wizardry at play. A rare genetic case involving the LRP5 gene was discovered in a Connecticut family with bones so dense they had solid white x-rays. The family's density was measured between 2.5 and 3 grams per centimeter cube, which is 50% higher than Neanderthals and Brian Shaw. This made the bone near impossible to penetrate with typical surgical drills, and none of the degenerative effects usually associated with excessive bone growth plagued any members of the family. The only notable features they had were extra wide jaws and some bony growth on the top of their mouth. And I'd say that's a small price to pay.
He's going to say that's some small price to pay to be able to lift 1,000 pounds. What do you mean? Like, if you have this bone density, you just start having weird growths just come out of the top of your fucking, like, palate?
And I'd say that's a small price to pay. If we're gonna pull a Dr. Moreau and cobble together an 8-foot human furry and make it run with 5 times its body weight, I think we're so far in that a bumpy mouth, really not a lot to worry about. Now the odds of getting this trait organically is next to 0, let alone with all of the other features that we've insisted upon so far. But in the near future, when you're selecting your athletic destiny the way you're putting toppings on a pizza at Domino's, yeah, I'll take extra LRP5, hold the anchovies.
I love how in-depth he's getting into this. Like, I thought it would just be, like, very surface level shit. He's talking about, like, specific genes you need.
We know that muscles produce strength, and we've made sure that we got plenty of muscle, but we haven't quite unleashed it yet. See, your genes had the foresight to toddler-proof your body. By putting a governor on how many motor units you can recruit at once, it makes sure that you're not flying off the handle like a drunk teenager behind the wheel of his Camaro doing donuts in the parking lot. Now, with hacking your nervous system, we can start level 1. These are common genes that bias individuals towards more motivation and more aggression. But these are still more normie gene variations, are pretty common in the population. We're here to push the limits. So what does the next step look like? Level 2 involves the SCN9A gene. You might have seen this in a movie before. This is the genetic variation that makes it so that you can...
Oh my god, you don't feel pain? The one guy in Deadpool had that.
Not feel pain. No pain, no gain? How about no pain, all the gain? This eliminates one of the primary obstacles to training, and that is the sensation of pain and discomfort. Shoulders a little achy? Maybe for you.
Yeah, but the problem with that is pain is supposed to be a limiter for you for your health. Like, if you don't feel pain, then, like, even if this person's training... they're, like, at some point, they're going to fucking heavily injure themselves.
About to throw this bench press to the moon. You're praying to Jesus to make it through that last drop set of lunges? I'm listening to Spanish phrases on audiobook. And just think of how much money we're going to save on ibuprofen and DMSO. And we don't even have to worry about injury from tendon or muscle ruptures because we've already supercharged our specimen with tendons that could support the Golden Gate Bridge. Now, to bring this back to reality, this might not be as cool as it sounds. For one, these guys can't sweat, and that could be life-threatening in a ball-busting, do-or-die...
Wait, if you don't feel pain, you can't sweat?
...a gym session, which isn't great. And also, pain is kind of required to learn to not do things that might kill you. I imagine one of these...
Yeah, because then they have no idea what their limits are, and they would just always try to max out higher than they could feasibly lift.
Guys tearing...
Your pain lets you know your limit so you could push beyond it and then grow progressively. Like, if you have no pain, you don't know your limit. So, yeah, you could train infinitely, but you're probably just going to fatigue yourself more than you normally would want to, and then you're just going to be out of shop for most of the time, and you're not actually going to be efficiently training. Yeah, because you can't feel hot or cold. I thought if you couldn't feel pain, you would still be able to feel hot and cold sensations. Is that literally just like your nerve endings don't work?
Busting deadlift workout, pouring the olive oil on the large pizza and scarfing it down as fast as they can, only to start, like, biting their cheek, and they can't tell the difference between cheek and pizza, and next thing you know, you chew through the side of your face. But remember, guys, we're not here for second place. You gotta risk it for the biscuit. So how about I just breed a few dozen of these 7.5-foot myostatin disabled, pain-free mutant freaks and hope that like 2 or 3 of them make it past puberty. Bob's your uncle, we're setting world records. But guys, we're not even done yet. That was only level...
Well, I want to know what you would estimate this person would lift if they had all these genes.
2. Level 3 is going to guarantee that we squeeze every possible ounce out of every single muscle fiber that we have slapped on this frame. This concerns the MAOA gene, often called the warrior gene. Now, when this thing's taking it easy, it's not doing its job, that's actually linked with higher aggression. And in extreme cases, when it's completely knocked out, you get Brunner syndrome. And while it's been associated with cognitive impairment, violent behavior, and problems with impulse control, the trade-off is, you guessed it, retard strength. I mean, look, we could have basically just manufactured our version of Absolute Bane, given our guy a Super Soaker backpack filled with trenbolone acetate, and called it good. But with Brunners, you get basically the same effect, and you just don't have to carry around the backpack. So this is what we've got: extreme height and leverages that are plausible to see in our lifetime, paired with some genetic anomalies that are less plausible. But we know that the capacity is there, and if they occur together in the right mix, we could get something that is truly mythological. But by the time we can make these genetic edits anyways, we're gonna be like the...
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're doing the odds here, but at some point they're just gonna be able to like pick and choose genetics. There's going to have to be laws against that, though, because that would be like a real dystopian society if you were able to pick genetics for your kids, because then at that point there's like, I don't want to say there's no RNG, but like rich people would be able to just consistently spread the gap between the poor and the rich, because rich children would always be the genetically most advantaged, or have the biggest advantage, and then they would spread that to their kids and their kids and their kids. So just be like, if you were poor, you would just be rolling RNG on like your kids' health and what they would be able to do, versus literally just being able to pick and choose genes. Yeah, designer babies to the sense of like making them super intelligent and super fast, super strong, attractive, whatever you wanted, literally whatever you wanted to do.
Aliens from Independence Day. All of our ability and our value to society is going to be determined by our completely man-made exoskeleton, and nobody is going to care about the body composition or strength levels of the sad little alien nugget that exists on the inside. And on that note, I'm off to go buy a robot slave. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Leave your comments below. Till next time, this is Bromley. I'll see you.
Wow. Somebody said literally playing God. I don't think it would be playing God, because it would be playing God if you were doing it in the designer sense of just picking and choosing traits that you deemed as most valuable. But I think if you were able to cut out genes that would cause certain health defects, I would not see that as playing God. I would see that as removing the need for thousands and thousands of years of natural selection to try and weed out a trait that is detrimental to a human experience and human life. Like, you would be able to cut out it, like if you had a kid and they were like, this kid's gonna have is gonna grow up and he's gonna have ALS or something, it'd be like, all right, well, we're gonna cut that out so he doesn't get that. You know, we're gonna cut that out so he doesn't get this like Marfan syndrome or some sort of like, I guess, disease, you know. But then when you extend it to like, all right, you can make your kid whatever height you want and you can make him do this, it's like now you're making a Sims character. All right, well, we're not watching this Mark Rober video today. We got one more video.
The good news is,
bro, I would be like nervous, man. This would, I feel like after taking this would feel like the fear I had like the first time I've like tripped. Like, you're just like, oh fuck, what's gonna happen?
we finally got it ingested. The bad news is I have to go meet my friends now.
What? He had to go out to, bro, you're going to a bar after you just took a rhino pill? The equivalent of, you just took a wolf pill, you're gonna leave your house? Nah, that's insane.
You guys ever chug a bottle of NyQuil?
Oh my god, is he doing stand-up?
Posted a video of it the other day and someone messaged me and said, mentally challenged.
Oh.
I said back.
All right, but this bit would be really funny if he was just like, you know, just rocking a stiff. He's like, he goes and does the worst bit ever. Yeah, tough crowd. Does the worst bit ever after the rhino pill.
Challenge accepted.
Oh my god, nobody's laughing.
That was not fun at all. You know what this?
You didn't have to do that. What is that a part of the experiment? You just made yourself go do stand-up.
Second worst feeling in the world is standing on stage and having a crowd of people laugh at you. You know what the worst feeling in the world is? Standing on stage and having no one laugh at you. Oh my gosh. I didn't even get to talk to my friends. Hardly any of them were there. I kept asking people if they wanted to try my sketchy Chinese pill, and they all...
Oh my god, this guy at a bar walks up to me and is like, you wanna eat this? See, now that'd be kind of scary. This dude just pulls up to you at a dive bar on like a fucking Thursday. He's like, you want to take this fucking wolf pill with me? I just popped one 30 minutes ago. No, I think I'll pass.
All said no. They looked at me like I was crazy. Like, I just want a friend to try funny pills with. And none of them would do it. They were just like, oh, that's weird. I asked one guy, and then I asked the second guy. And then the first guy saw me asking the second guy, and he's like, did he just ask you? And he's like, yeah. He's like, you gotta stop doing that. It's weird. I was like, oh my God.
He's just walking to every guy at the bar being like, you want to take this wolf pill? Yo, there's no way. And then everybody at the bar knows who he is.
Oh, stop. Like, a guy can't have hobbies? Like, what the heck? Then I got on stage and it just wasn't funny at all. And the pill didn't do anything. I don't even care enough to take my blood pressure. I mean, I will here
It didn't do anything?
just for scientific purposes, but it did absolutely nothing. I'm just really grumpy and upset because I just wasted a whole evening. Wasted a whole day, really.
Give it another 45 minutes. It's gonna invigorate your yang soon.
Expecting so much out of this pill. I wasn't
Gonna activate your chi.
even hungry. I couldn't even eat good food when I was there. Like, literally nothing interesting happened at all. Stupid pill. Getting everybody's hopes up. 130 over 79, 106 heart
It dropped his blood pressure.
rate. Yeah, it was a dud. It was a scam. I got scammed out of $20, man. Oh my gosh. Like, what's wrong with the world, dude? Like, a guy can't even have fun anymore. Well, hopefully the next one's more.
Why is he so bummed out? He really wanted that pill to work. Bro, what was the ideal high that you would have had from that? You wouldn't even have felt anything. It would have just made you hard. Like, what?
More fun. This one, major thumbs down.
Major thumbs down. What else is this guy taking? Oh my God. Is he exploring the world of animal medications? Is he just taking pills he's finding at Tractor Supply? This is insane. Best antidepressant according to a licensed pharmacist. I mean, that's like an informative video. The Chinese pain pill. Oh, I've clicked on this one. Pharmacist tries 2 honey packs. This was the result. I feel like I remember seeing this. Takes gas station pills, freaks out, then calls the courthouse. Yo.
What the
No.
heck
that's not the whole pill, right?
is this? My goodness, I've never seen something more comical before in my life. I don't even know what this is supposed to be used for, but lots of people have been recommending it to me. I'm Grant Harding. I'm a licensed pharmacist in 3 states, and I'm a drug pricing expert.
Ooh, I just added the 4th.
And I wanted to review different medications I find so that you guys can make better, more informed decisions. Rhino.
Twin pack. Extreme. 999,000.
Now, why Rhino? I immediately think of Rhino.
No headache. I'd hope not. I feel like I would be getting a brain aneurysm if I ever had one of these. If you take this, your head starts pounding.
Virus, but that would be like unethical to sell rhinovirus. Twin. What is the point of that? What is this even telling me? Am I going to have twins now? Is that what this is for?
No, it's a twin pack. It's a twin pack. There's 2.
Rhino.
It's not 1 rhino pill. 69.
Super long lasting. Good choice of the word super. It doesn't sound like a 12-year-old wrote that or anything. Extreme 999K. No one knows what that means. This is like the dumbest packaging I have ever seen in my life. 6'9", okay.
100% genuine product.
HQ. What does this even mean? No headache. Gee, thanks. Glad to hear that. It's got 2 very unofficial looking seals.
Is that the pill that you're taking, or is it in that capsule? I'm fast forwarding.
And this is the weirdest part. I don't even know if you can read this. 1 capsule up to 9 days. What chemical lasts 9 days? That is such an arbitrary unit of time. I have no idea what this is. I don't even know why people wanted me to review it.
Meth. It's just a tablet of meth.
I'm not impressed, and I hate this packaging.
Joe really wants to see a boner? No, I want to see... I've never seen a guy take a rhino pill.
Like, it literally has this image of a rhino, and then has the same one right here. Like, this... Again, did a 12-year-old design this? Like, I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, there's a lot of words on the back.
Let's flip around to the back. Again, 1 capsule up to 9 days.
Wow, I need to read these. Hold up. Maximize the time of intercourse. Free the premature ejaculation. Better ejaculation control. No limits. Maximate volume of ejaculate. Amazing increase in thickness. This is disgusting.
How they're coming to that? This is the I've ever seen in my life.
Doctor designed. Doubt it.
Right now. Not something I want to be doing. All right. Maximize the time up. This is supposed to be dog enhancement. Like it's
All
just.
right, let's break one of them out. See what the fuss is about. Goji extract, Dang Sen extract, Attractiolites, cinnamon, Kasuda, Dangui, licorice.
And whatever you want to hear, you will.
What the fuck is that?
Find that Dangui is good for insert X, insert Y. These weird supplements that don't have a lot of data around them, it's just hearsay. It's just, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just anecdotal. That's the word I was looking for. So I see that there's a lot of words here printed, but I don't see anything at all.
Yo, that shit doesn't expire for fucking 4 years.
You know what I mean? There's a lot of words on the company, and they got into some trouble from the FDA.
FDA warns consumers to avoid rhino pill enhancement products found at retailers because of undeclared and potentially dangerous drug ingredients. Now, I'm going to have the take that I don't think the Food and Drug Administration needs to put out a warning that you shouldn't take rhino pills. Like, the packaging looks like it's a product from Five Below. Does it not? That looks like you would get that at a Spencer's Wall for $3.99.
Got its own little door flaps. I kind of like that. That's kind of cute, honestly. Okay, so let's quit screwing around here and get to the... Are these suppositories? Wait, does it say?
Oh my God, you have to shove it up your ass? Stop.
Say? I mean, it technically doesn't say how you're supposed to take this, so they could be for all I know.
I guess you got to do one both ways.
Oh, okay. It's its own little case. I see. It's like a cigar case, kind of, for a pill. Seems a bit excessive, but
You're supposed to swallow that pill? That pill's huge.
I'm here for it. Very, very extra. I like that, actually. That's kind of cool. It's like a little carrying case. Like, you just carry this around. What else could I put in here? Does anyone have any ideas? What else? I might save this case and use it for something.
Cocaine.
I don't know what yet. So this is a unmarked purple pill. Not exactly the most exciting thing, but I liked that case. That case was exciting. So let's open this bad boy up and see what's
Open one, take the other.
actually inside.
It's like a green... He cracks it open. He cracks it open like a green liquid spills out and it burns through the paper plate.
There we go. Okay.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
okay.
Same Ooh, wait. Why does that look like pellets?
Oh, all right. I got some powder.
Oh, that sounded like plastic. That pill case is would that dissolve in your stomach acid?
Wow, very nice.
Yo, you're supposed to swallow that?
So you can see all the powder in here. A little bit off-white, a little bit brownish. Let's see if I can smell it. Oh my gosh. Oh, I forgot to mention there's cinnamon bark in here. Here, you can read.
Smells like cinnamon?
I saw that on here somewhere.
Yo, surprisingly, that would make me feel better about it.
It smells...
If it didn't smell like chemicals, I would feel like, oh, this is probably safe.
It's like cinnamon. This absolutely smells like cinnamon. Let's make some cinnamon cookies with this. How about that? Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. Wow. Given the fact that I couldn't really find a whole lot of information on all this stuff that's in here, and the fact that they got in trouble by the FDA, first of all, I'm not taking this.
Oh, come on! Oh, you fucking kidding me?
Second of all, doesn't mean I can't ask someone else to.
Yo, this guy's a psycho.
Well, it's a couple days later, and...
Bar hopped last night, was asking a bunch of people to take the rhino pill.
None of my friends came through. The first one I asked immediately questioned the safety, and I told him we would just find out together.
Want to try some of these on camera with me? Is that a honey pack and a rhino pill? I'll have my ass off. I don't know. I'm scared, but kinda. What if I told you you'd be under the supervision of a licensed pharmacist in 3 states? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, I don't know if this guy's actually a licensed pharmacist.
He didn't seem impressed by that answer. A second one told me they would take it, but whenever I brought it to them in real life, they told me...
Ooh, what's the hornet pill? Feel the sting?
And I quote, "I'm already on the real stuff, and I don't want that to mess with me." Later, at a comedy bar I have my bi-monthly residency at, I asked one of the patrons if they would try it and let me film them, and they laughed for 45 minutes straight and then walked around to the entire bar and told every single person that I had just asked them to take a rhino pill and let me film it. I followed up with them the next day. They said they were still considering it. So here we go.
Oh my god, he's gonna take it?
For science. Mystery pill out of its little container. Can't believe I'm doing this. Well, let's hope that was safe and effective. No, I'm just kidding. It's been about an hour, and I don't feel anything yet. So I guess we'll check back in a little bit here. It's been probably about 4 hours now, and I went to the gym, and I didn't feel any different in the gym at all. Came home, I was super tired, and I took a really long nap, like a 1 hour long nap, and now I'm just reading a book, and it was...
Reading a book. You're reading the Bible after you took a rhino pill.
Like this whole experience was just a bunch of nothingness. It does absolutely nothing. This is a scam. This is junk.
Bros, and they're charging, dude, they're charging like $20 for that shit? That's insane. Taking a rhino pill and reading the Bible is top tier comedy. Larger, harder, stronger, I don't even know what that means. Work ethic. I love how he constantly talks like mom could barge into his room at any time. He's always whispering. He's always whispering. Crash Out's got licensed pharmacists in 3 states and one of the other country's leading drug price experts to get zooted on a rhino pill. Anything's a suppository if you try hard enough. Oh, God. Count me down 30 seconds. I'm going to piss, then we're going to hide. I only ate bricks for 7 days.
Hi, Cody. Hypothetically, if I took like my daily meal and then like put it all into a blender and then blended it up into a brick and then ate that brick for a week straight, would I survive?
So diet maxing, we're food efficiency maxing now. We're just going to blend everything we eat in a day and then only eat that. I mean, nutritionally, that would be perfectly fine, right? Who did that? Don't we know somebody that did that? I feel like there's a streamer that I know that tried to like diet max and ate like food blocks for like a week. And that's just gross to fucking, dude, because what meal could you blend up into a brick with like water and it not be gross? I think you could do a brick of like protein powder and like fruits, and you could make something like a meatloafy brick that would be okay. But any regular meal, you're not blending up and that being good. Hamburger, well, now you're just saying already ground beef. Protein powder, fuck you, I stuttered.
And probably
I'm gonna die at 23. What would be the best one meal to blend? Like a chicken Caesar salad, maybe? No. I feel like a full meal of, if you blended like eggs, a meat, fruit and vegetables, and water, you would be fine. But you would, I don't think any combination of those things would be at all appetizing.
Eating is way too complicated. Imagine a world where everyone just ate one thing. No more thinking of meal prep, no more doing dishes or cooking. Now imagine bricks. Imagine if everyone just ate bricks instead of food. I'm imagining it right now. It feels so good. I'm getting so bricked up. For the next 7 days, I'm gonna be eating only bricks of food. But what do I put inside of that brick exactly? Well, how about I ask my...
That is fucking... I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Hello, ChatGPT. I am diet maxing, and I would like to get all of my needed nutrition in a day in one brick of food, but I also don't want it to taste like poop. Any Rex? Question mark. Love the ambition. That's some next level biohacker / efficiency core energy right there. Crying emoji. If you're trying to get all your nutrition in one brick of food, basically a complete meal compression into a bar, you have a few good paths depending on your goals. Here's a breakdown. You can do the Huel Complete Nutrition Bar, good macros. Dude, they're just recommending fucking Soylent. Jimmy Joy Plenty Bar, Soylent squared in meal squares. Bro, if you want to make it yourself, here's a great formula. You need 150 grams of oats, 80 to 100 grams of whey isolate, 50 grams of peanut butter and flaxseed, multivitamin powder, honey, cocoa powder, vanilla, and cinnamon. That actually doesn't sound that bad. I don't think that's going to give you all of your nutrition in a day, though. Like, after a week, you would start having, like, fucking deficiencies in vitamins.
My best friend roommate who's studying to be a doctor.
There's something called, like, the perfect plate.
Are you FaceTiming someone right now?
Yeah.
Is this like...
Can I blend 4 cheeseburgers down? That's not even funny. I'm imagining the kid that typed that. All I eat is fucking cheeseburgers. Am I able to just like blend that into a... I think that would be pretty good.
Science, or is this like
This is like science. This is Canadian government website.
Damn. That place got me... That plate has got me bricked up.
Bro. Like the vacuum going in the back.
Following this conversation, I genuinely did about like 3 days worth of research to come up with the following recipe. For carbs, we have 9 cups of oats, 14 sweet potatoes, and 4 cups of whole wheat flour. For protein, we have 2 kilograms of tofu, 28 eggs. Yes, this genuinely took me
28 eggs and 2 kilograms of fucking tofu.
3 days to come up with, and 1 cup of chia seeds. For fats, we have 3 avocados, 2 cups of walnuts, half a cup of olive oil, and for just about everything else,
I think the avocados are currently ruining this. I think the avocados are throwing off the vibes. Even though I do like avocado, I think that's ruining...
14 cups of
ruining this.
Spinach, 7 carrots, lots of salt, and 7 teaspoons of spirulina. I'm gonna blend this all in with about 16 ounces of almond milk, and if you want to know what the procedure looks like, it's just, you just gotta do a little...
Like a...
Oh, dude, it being green is really off-putting. This looks like a bear vomited salmon. It being green is gross. What color? I would probably put food dye in it. What color would make it most appealing? Honestly, I feel like a brown would be like a chocolate brown. It would look more like poop, but I feel like that would get it out of my brain.
Bear vomited salmon.
Wait till I add the 28 eggs.
So,
oh no. Does he have to cook it?
I think from here it's like you have
Cody's currently explaining how the Epic of Gilgamesh directly led to the creation of anime.
Roman ideals formed out of the Greeks.
Right. On a completely unrelated note.
You're filming a YouTube video, your friend just shows up. So, you know, like Gilgamesh.
Do we have a mop bucket?
Oh my god, no, that is so much worse than I thought it would look. And he's putting it in a fucking recyclable bin. I hope it's unused. Dude.
I then put the blended slop into baking trays.
It kind of looks like Dubai chocolate.
And end up with 5...
I think that... Ooh, wait.
Bricks, which is about 20,000...
Okay. Do I think it'll taste good? No. Does it look kind of like a good pistachio brownie? Yeah.
Calories to get me through the next 7 days. So without further ado, let's...
I think day 7, it's going to be really hard.
Move on to...
Okay, here's my daily brick. Let's just go.
He only has to eat 1 per day. If he only has to eat 1 per day, that is actual full-on fucking diet maxing. There's no way that's 2,000 calories plus.
Go for it. Let's. It tastes like just like someone took a normal meal and then pre-chewed it and then spat it into my mouth.
The brick didn't.
And you didn't gag?
Didn't taste too bad at first, but after about a meal and a half, I realized that no, it really does. It tastes like shit. I cannot...
Oh no.
Describe to you how much the flavor is reminiscent of vomit. So I tried...
Oh. Like just a weird mix of, because vomit is like half digested food, but it's also basically just like blended food. Like it's just a weird mix of stuff that you've eaten over the last day. Do you think you would get used to it though? Like how many days of doing this would you just not care anymore? At some point, bro, like a week in, you would be like, this is better than eating regular food. Not better in the sense of enjoyable, but like you could be like, damn, I haven't eaten today. House the brick in 2 minutes, and then you're fucking good to go for the next 6 hours.
Trying it up to see if that would make it taste better, and I'm censoring this because it quite genuinely looks.
Oh, he cooked it?
Looks like I shat into the pan. And no, it just tastes like the same thing, but hot. So now it's like fresh vomit, I guess. This made day 1 easily the hardest day of the challenge, and it gets easier later on, and you'll see how it gets easier on...
I feel like, do you think frozen would be better? Like a frozen brick of blended food? I don't know, maybe refrigerated, like on the brink of being frozen.
On day 2, I had a bite of the brick, and I thought, hell no, I can't do this. So I had 2 options here. I could either scrap the video altogether, or I could come up with some way to make this easier for me. Which is why at this point in the video, I allow myself 1 topping.
Dude, one topping, brother, sriracha. All over. Anything that tastes like fucking shit, make it really spicy, and it's immediately good. That is like the fucking life hack. You ever see like street food vendors that'll do that? You just make anything really fucking spicy. It's just so good. Maybe not the best thing you've ever had. It's tolerable.
For the rest of the challenge.
Mayonnaise. I think mayonnaise would bring this down. I don't think mayo's saving this brick.
But to decide which topping I would be using, I would have to go through some trial and error. So in front of me right now is my daily brick.
Pickles. I think Frank's Red Hot, pretty good. Soy sauce, all right. Vinegar, no.
Along with every condiment that I could find in my house. I'm gonna try them all, and I'm gonna rate them 1 to 10. 3, 3.5, 6, 5, 7.
Peanut butter was good. Chili oil's good.
3, 4, holy shit, 9.
Kimchi is good on the brick. I mean, there's a lot of tofu and egg.
7, 2, 3, 5, 2. That's a 9.
Hot sauce! Oh no, the kimchi one? Fuck. I was gonna say hot sauce was a 9. That's goated though.
5, 2. That's a 9.
Hot sauce, bro, because hot sauce is if you put hot sauce on something, it is the forefront flavor of the food you're eating. The rest is just texture. And if the texture isn't gross and all you're tasting is Frank's Red Hot, you're going, huh, this is pretty fucking good. Well, isn't kimchi also spicy at times?
Now, remember Cody from the beginning of this video? Yeah, it's also his birthday at the end of this week. So for the nights leading up to it, I thought I would do a good friend thing and I would make him some nice dinners. I'm probably gonna be frothing it.
Oh, he's gonna be. My friend Cody's actually pretty busy, so I'm gonna give him a slice of my food brick.
The mouth while making the food, but at least I can fatten up my roommate before I cook him into my evil stew. Bars.
Actually, though, the level of efficiency this gives to your life is insane. Imagine, I mean, a lot of you guys don't meal prep now because your parents might make you food and shit, but imagine you're like 25. You have to meal prep like 2-3 times a week, and you have to go to the grocery store and buy a bunch of different things for meals. And instead, you just 1 time a week get an industrial blender and mix all of the food that you're gonna eat in a week and just fucking stack it in your fridge. Like how gross that is, but that would be, you would save so much time.
So for the first night, I decided to make Cody some. Wait, that's not dinner, silly. That's a
pre-alcohol probiotic drink.
Sponsor of today's video, Z-Biotics. Okay, I have to tell you about this
maybe I should have known about that before I fucking drank 23 margaritas.
Product that I use before a night with drinks. It's called
I think some of these products work, but the part of the problem is that a lot of the products that are like, hey, this will make you feel better when you're done drinking, then you just drink more. You know what I mean? Like, even if that's gonna settle your stomach or help, then you just drink more because now you feel better. Like, humans don't have limits. Humans, at some point, like some people do, but there's like a level of being drunk where you just don't stop drinking until you fall asleep. Not everybody has that. A lot of people at bars, it's like you're so drunk you just keep saying yes to drinks. So if you're on something that's going to make that so you have even a higher of a limit, I feel like,
alcohol.
Okay, I know this is a sponsor, but I kind of want to hear this out.
Prebiotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut.
This is such targeted advertising.
It's primarily this byproduct that is to blame for your rough next day. Now, pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just remember to make pre-alcohol your first drink of the night and drink responsibly so you can wake up feeling better the next morning. Click the link.
I don't know. You think that works? I've never tried one of those before.
Thanks again to ZBiotics for sponsoring today's video. Cody's first dinner of the week was gochujang butter cabbage and steak. While I was making this, I'm pretty sure I came in my pants a little bit, but no biggie, we wiped that off. It was especially jarring seeing his...
Okay, you know how shitty this is, though? You're making your friends such a nice dinner, and you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna eat my food brick.
His food next to mine, considering that all I did for dinner was throw
caramelized onions,
a chunk of leathery vomit onto a plate. Anywho, this is the first night of dinner for Cody. I hope he enjoys it.
Damn. How's the brick today? So the brick itself, 1,000,000 times better than yesterday because I got the kimchi update. Gochujang butter, steak, and cabbage is what I made for you.
Oh, my cabbage is really good. It's a really good texture.
Oh, yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's really good. You want to switch plates? You want to bite of the poop brick? You want to eat some of the poop brick? It's got tofu and eggs in it. It's got everything your body needs.
Now, this wouldn't be a Kodakai video if I didn't drastically change my sleep schedule in some way, so let's flash forward to the morning of...
This is me, wide awake at 6:30 a.m.
So I went to sleep at like 7 a.m. and I ended up waking up in like the late afternoon. I bought more kimchi, I ate more brick, and sooner than later it was time for dinner.
I hope he talks about what his poop consistency is like. I would venture to say that it's probably either really good or really bad. I think it would be like solid because he is getting everything he needs, but I bet it would be kind of liquidy.
Mentioned maze soap.
Like, yeah, like, no, not rock hard. I bet it would be like he has diarrhea.
Well, a couple times during the day, so I did my best to make some with what we had in the apartment. I ejaculated in my pants again, I garnished it with an egg yolk, and yeah, that's the, yeah.
I already ate, so I'm just having a little bit of brick.
This looks really good.
Have a serious conversation with me while I take a bite of this brick.
How much of a person would you have to eat in order to be considered a cannibal?
Ooh, good question. I would say it's less the amount and more the intent. Is that fair to say? Because if you accidentally ate like the fingertip of a person, don't ask how you would ever be in that scenario. But let's say you know a guy named Eric Cartman, and he makes you chili for a chili competition, and you eat it. Are you now a cannibal? No. Or like an unwilling? I don't know. If I'm just going off the amount alone, I'm going like more than a finger. Like if you ate that, you're not a cannibal. Like a digestible amount of food. Like if you ate, because at that point, are you a cannibal for eating like your hangnails? I don't do that. Like I'll bite my hangnail, spit it out, but like there's people that eat like their fingernails. Are they cannibals? No.
Because you can eat 3 people.
Well, but then slips down the stairs. Human bone, legally.
They're a cannibal. You have all sorts of...
I love how he left in like random bits of the conversation and just full skipped everything else. Well, legally, hard cut.
The second person, 2 kilograms of their friend. They're on rafts.
Because I bite my nails like I've kissed a guy. Probably a cannibal.
Dicks do you have to suck? I just drink it when it's available.
Taste it as I go. 2 dicks.
Drink 4 in one evening. RFK is going after Tylenol now.
Everyone comment down below how much human you need to eat before you're considered a cannibal.
I want to see the answers. Nobody gave an answer. Are you fucking kidding me? No one answered. They're all talking about the fucking video itself.
Hi subreddit. This is all of the brick that is left in the fridge. This is all that I need to eat before everything is done. Ignore the fact that one of them is sitting on a frozen pizza.
They all look really different. Like this brick looks more appetizing than this one. This one has chunks of food in it. And what do you think that chunk is? I hope like tofu maybe, or like part of the egg.
Fun fact, when you eat healthy food, you end up feeling healthy. I felt better this week than I have all year. Workouts have been easier, running has been easier, I've been feeling focused, there's been like a strange level of clarity. I felt so good, in fact, that me and Cody went to a J-Rock concert that night. And this concert went pretty late, there wasn't a lot of time to make dinner, so Cody instead opted to just eat a bag of popcorn. The energy from the concert also seems to have given me this weird, radical idea. I wanted to see how quickly I could eat my nightly brick without vomiting.
Oh, he's gonna speed run it like a hot dog?
So here's that.
3, 2, 1, start.
Ooh, it's a lot softer than I thought it would be.
Oh, is Oh, I'll let you stop the timer when you're done. Minute 36 and...
A minute 36. Dude, that is food maxing to the fucking limit. An entire nightly meal, that was probably like fucking 600 calories down in a minute.
50 milliseconds. That's pretty good. I'm finished off this popcorn.
Can I smell the bag?
I'm a mess.
Oh, bro, huffing that shit like fucking gasoline.
Holy shit.
Lead paint. What is the best smelling food? Bacon's top 5. Bacon's top 5. I would say that something like that's really I'm gonna go garlic. Garlic when you're hungry. Lingering garlic is disgusting. But like a good like caramelized onion or garlic that's like on a skillet, oh, that's fucking goated. Popcorn smells good. Yeah, like a buttered popcorn's pretty good. Cookies, yeah, like fresh baked goods or like a nice pizza. There's so many good foods that smell fucking amazing. Cinnabon smells nice. Cinnabon also kind of smells like you're walking through chemicals. Like if I had to work at Cinnabon for a day, I feel like I'd throw up.
I had enough sleep debt to warrant me sleeping until 5 p.m. apparently, so when I woke up, it was immediately time for dinner. For tonight's dinner, I decided that I should probably just use everything that was about to go bad in the fridge. So I ended up making something that I like to call Kodakai's Mountain of Slop. Fun fact, that's also the name of my pants after I just drenched them in semen.
How well after an expiration date are you eating like a meat if it's frozen? I've gone months if it's frozen. I don't know if there's like a guide on that. If I froze food before expiration date, how long is it good for? Indefinitely good? Huh. Really? So if I threw chicken in the freezer and left it for a year, I could eat it. No. I think the quality, it might be safe, but the quality would go down. Oh, it says recommended meat and poultry 3 to 4 months. I was gonna say, I've eaten like, he was saying it was about to go bad, just toss it in the freezer. I like, the second I go grocery shopping, I just throw shit in the freezer. Leave it for a month, no problem.
I think this would taste better if I couldn't see your food.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Like you made... That is the concept of dog food.
I've made human dog food.
I'm surprised he didn't switch from kimchi, because I feel like the kimchi would get pretty disgusting too after like 5 straight days of just eating kimchi every day.
Maybe it'd taste better if I made them into like little kibble bites.
Pour them into ice cube trays.
Ow, ow, ow!
What was that? He just leaves the room.
On day 6, I had a bunch of errands to run, so for the first time, I packed my brick to go. I imagine eating this in public is something like shitting yourself on the bus because, like,
I don't know. I would think that if somebody whipped that out in public, I would think that it's some fucking protein bar.
Everyone can smell it. You just gotta lock in and pretend nothing happened.
It smells that bad.
My errands involved picking up Callum from the airport because
I think ripping ass in a packed, like, subway is probably one of the safest ways to fart. It's disrespectful, but nobody's gonna pin it on you. Like, if you're just ripping ass in a fucking subway, like, you're gonna be like, yeah, it's somebody within my fucking 5-person vicinity.
I've mentioned it's Cody's birthday. Callum came to celebrate Cody's birthday. And speaking of coming,
bars too. I've done a drive-by fart before.
I made IKEA meatballs for dinner with a special creamy sauce. I also made a cocktail for Callum, and now we have a full penis worth of food to go through. I wonder how Callum's gonna react to the brick.
That is, you know, I saw pictures of that. Oh, you know what this looks like? You know those like channels on TikTok and Instagram that are like, I keep adding stuff to this tub until I create life. That's what this looks like.
Wait till you see.
They just fucking like when they're trying to do those like creating alien life videos.
The video on how I made it. You see that blue recycling bin?
That's not a good start. Is this a recipe you made yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Don't say it like you're proud.
I can read you the recipe really quick. So it's 9 cups of oats, 14 sweet potatoes, 2 kilograms of tofu.
I feel like that's not bad if it stopped there. Because sweet potatoes is like gonna add some mild sweetness. The tofu is like nothing.
28 eggs.
Do you plan to sell this commercially? Mr. Beep, I have an idea.
Mr. Beast food maxing bars. Dude, Feastables would sell that shit like crazy. They would just dump like 8 fucking kilograms of sugar into it.
And now day 7. This is it.
You only need to eat this.
War is over. I plan Cody's...
If you just eat this, then everything... Dude, oh my God. You want to see one of the craziest marketing things that I've ever seen in my entire life? This is so off topic. But if Mr. Beast or any company ever did that, that is like pure monopoly. If you marketed something as like, hey, you only ever need to eat this, you have a customer for the rest of your life. The thing I saw, though, was the one roll. And it's like a new thing that I think it's Charmin is doing it. And it's like a big fucking roll that is supposed to last like a month. And people were like, why is Charmin doing this? Nobody wants this. Charmin replies and they're like, well, you buy the starter kit and it comes with your own holder and it lasts you a while. It's efficiency. No. Charmin's doing that because they're the only company that sells that. So if you buy one and you have the holder, now you're a Charmin Ultra Soft customer for the rest of your life. So even if only like 10,000 people buy it, it's just, they're just selling you industrial size rolls at market value. Like they're saving money. They're selling you a starter kit too that you have to buy. And now you're only going to buy the fucking one roll. Like it is the highest IQ thing they could fucking do.
Party for him since he's been so busy with med student stuff. It was Cartoon Network themed. We had a bunch of friends over. We played games. I made ricotta bites. I came in my pants. And this is where Cody showed up behind the kitchen with a little surprise.
Hey, Cole. I made something for you.
What is it? Oh, it's a Pinot.
I don't know what possessed him to offer me food when I had half a brick left in the fridge and mere hours left before I ate it. I ate the fucking food. I ate it. I cummed myself too many times and it came full circle. Literally. I am the 2-dick cannibal. Now, why did I do this? Frankly, he's the birthday boy. You can't say no to the birthday boy. Look at that.
Well, it's the last 3 hours of the challenge, bro. He has like a kilogram of the fucking, or he has like a pound of the food left.
Smile. How can you say no to that face? So yeah, I ended the challenge literal hours before I would have succeeded. Cause yeah, I want to sit down. I want to enjoy food with a group of people. Sue me. Also, I have no idea why I was doing this in the first place. I just kind of thought of it and I was like, yeah, that'd be a funny video idea. And I guess maybe it was. I don't know. I'm calming myself. So that's the end of the video.
He has said that like 15 times.
Happy birthday to Cody. Lots of love to all the friends that came over. Don't do this. I mean, I guess it's good for you. I don't know. Don't do this.
I do wonder if it is nutritionally better for you to eat everything that you would need in one sitting versus spacing everything out. Do you think this is better or worse for you from eating the regular food? I feel like it's probably, I feel like on paper it's better, but your body probably processes shit in a weird way where like you kind of want to be on a sliding scale of multiple things at once versus just always food maxing and then going down and food maxing. Like you're constantly just draining yourself. Maybe that's why he's using the word cum so much. Anyways.